the country. Today we have speakers from New York, Wisconsin, LA, Boston, and I'm sure we have every state represented in the audience, which is such a special thing. Before we begin, I just want to provide an overview of today's event and familiarize you all with the Cisco WebEx platform. First off, we recommend viewing today's livecast using the Google Chrome extension instead of on your browser, as this will provide the best video and audio quality. We highly encourage you to engage with today's speakers by asking questions throughout their sessions, which you can submit during the Q&A panel. Q&A function on the right-hand panel. It's not too late to invite a colleague to join you for today's BI Livecast if you know anyone who might be interested in the topic, so feel free to forward them the same URL that you used. And for anyone not available during the fireside chat today, they'll be able to view today's series on demand. We'll send a follow-up email with the information after the webinar. And a huge thank you to Cisco WebEx for being the official technology partner of Brand Innovators Virtual Summits and facilitating such a great virtual event experience. We have a quick video to share from the team at Cisco WebEx. Thank you so much to our partners at Cisco WebEx. And make sure that you all engage with us today on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag BILivecast. Now we're thrilled to welcome our first speakers of the day. We're joined by Amy Ozzie. Amy's the Senior Director of Sponsorships at T-Mobile, where she leads strategy development, negotiation, and activation around major brand sponsorships. And the session will be moderated by Deirdre Lester, the Chief Revenue Officer of Barstool Sports. Welcome to the stage, Amy and Deirdre.
Hi, great to be here. Thank you, Emily.
Yeah, Thanks so much. I'll kick it away to you guys.
Awesome. I might have to get up and just got the video on, and I'm realizing I look like one of the silhouettes, but I'll start off and then I'll move during the discussion. But thanks for having me here, Brand Innovators team. It's always awesome to participate in your summits. This one obviously is a topic, just a generally topic that I love, women in sports. I've worked in sports, my entire career for the most part. And it's always great to be connected to other women who are working and doing great things in the sports marketing industry. I had the opportunity to connect with Amy last week and get to know her a little bit. This is really the first time she and I have connected, which is always funny when you work in such a small world of an industry to finally meet somebody new that you haven't connected with in the past. Amy is someone who has a ton of experience in the industry, so super interesting to hear her background, which I'll let her go into a little bit. But first, just introducing Amy. Amy has over 15 years experience in the sports industry, working across sponsorship and marketing for major brands like Visa and T-Mobile, where she is now. And is also working across sponsorship properties such as the NFL, Olympics, FIFA, Major League Baseball, and Overwatch League, which she's deeply involved with currently. So we'll talk about that a little bit. But I do want to get to know Amy a little bit. I think, as women working in sports, which I assume is a lot of the folks tuned in today, and I know is the kind of great panel that the Brand Innovators team has put together. It's always great to hear a little bit about your background, how you got into the sports industry. It's kind of, I think it's changed a great deal, and just by the nature of the women that are present on this panel today, I think that there are more and more women working at high levels within sports and sports marketing and properties now than ever before. And, we were joking last week that we've always participated in the Sports Business Journal Women in Sports conferences, and for a few years when they were first getting it going, it felt like it was the same, like 5 to 10 women speaking on the panels every year. And now you're starting to see a lot more diversity of that group. So we'd love to just hear, Amy, the audience, your background and how you got into sports marketing to begin with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think it's we all have unique ways to that we find into this space, right? And when I was coming out of college, I don't know that this is, I can't say that this is originally where maybe I envisioned myself in 15 years, but I'm so thankful that this is the path that I've been on. Um, coming out of college, I worked in athletics and recreational sports, and that's kind of how I got my start in the world of sports business. And oh, there you are. Hi, Deidre. Much better. And I started at Stanford Athletic. I had the pleasure to work at Stanford and Cal, so two rival schools. That was a fun one transitioning, but it was great to be working on both of those campuses with students. And I had the fortune to work with a fantastic leader when I was at UC Berkeley, who created a corporate partner program there, and we created really grassroots brand experiences for students, and had a great event that we did every year. And that's really what kind of piqued my interest in sort of the world of brand marketing, and in turn how we leverage sponsorships to support brands and work with partners. And so that was really kind of what piqued my interest, and worked at Cal for a number of years, had a great experience there. And then it was, it's all been a little bit organic. I just had a friend that worked at GMR Marketing, was really curious about the agency space coming out of my work at Cal. And, one day asked if I could do an informational interview just to learn more. And that eventually led to an opportunity at GMR, my work with Visa. I had a friend that recommended this role at T-Mobile to me. So I think, in those experiences of, diving in, getting that experience in one area, staying curious, I think for me has been the opportunity to just continue to kind of learn in this space, but also open new doors, meet new people, that either might be an opportunity for a job, but it also just might be a new perspective to learn from. And so I think that's kind of how my progression has been, really from talking to others, and understanding what they do, and then figuring out where my strengths and opportunities lie, to be able to kind of apply that to a new opportunity that might come up. And staying open, I think, has been just a great way to do that. And then getting experience, I think, from all avenues. I was telling someone the other day, and I did an informational discussion with someone, and they asked how I'd gotten some experience, and I gave them an anecdote of, in college when I was first starting out, a friend of mine and I drove about 4 hours each way to Stanford, to Palo Alto, to do work game day operations, and get up at 5 a.m. to go and deliver waters to the locker rooms, and drive coaches around on golf carts, and just really see that game day operation side of things, which I loved. I had actually a blast doing it. And it gave me another perspective on the business, right? And it showed another avenue of what people do in the space. And that was, as a college student, I think that, probably had supported me later working full-time for Stanford. So I think there's little things like that where it's, any kind of experience or perspective that we can gain, I'm always thankful for that experience, and encourage others to just seek out those opportunities, whether it's big or small. I think there's always something you can learn from different opportunities in the space.
Yeah, I think that's a really good insight. I think too, this is an industry that, young people who are athletic, play sports, or love sports and are just big fans, or go to schools with big athletic programs. A lot of people want to get into the sports industry, and it's hard. It's hard to break in. And we have at Barstool Sports, we posted an open position for an account management role, and we have 2,000 applicants in a week. So that speaks, I think, volumes, hopefully about us, but also about the marketplace today, about young people coming out of school looking for jobs. That entry level market is hard and difficult right now, and particularly in sports, at a time when there aren't a lot of sports, or sports are not happening the way they have traditionally taken place. So there's probably fewer positions available. So I think one thing that I thought would be interesting to hear from you, because I think there is a perception that getting into sports is hard, and I think that any experience you can gain, even small opportunistic things, and then leverage any people you meet at those introductions and networking. There is a perception that working in sports as a woman is hard, or harder, and I'm curious to hear your perspective on that, in terms of has it been hard being a woman working your way up in a sports marketing role? Until you've worked at some really impressive places. Have you found that you've had to do things differently or work harder because you're a woman?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that I don't know. I don't think that I've ever felt in any company that I was at a disadvantage. I think though there's an awareness certainly that sometimes I'm the only woman in the room at a meeting, right? And higher up officials or so higher up leadership in leagues or in any area. There are a lot of times when I think we're the only woman at times. So there's a toughness and armor that you feel like you might have to put on. When we spoke about this last week, right? Like there's just this sort of inherent toughness you feel like you have to bring to kind of compensate for that. But I think there's an awareness of it, but I also feel like there's a lot of evolution. And I really think, like you were saying at the beginning of this, there's so much evolution in women in this industry that pride themselves on being leaders in this industry. And it's apparent that there is more of an equal weight these days, I think, even than when I started out. And so, there was a moment when I was at Visa, there was 10 of us planning a Super Bowl activation one year, and it was all women around the table. And we kind of went, wow, this is really freaking incredible. Like, this is just really cool that this is the team that's planning, our Super Bowl moment. And so that, I think there is a lot of evolution. There's a ton more equal weight, and it's great to see. I think we need that diversity. It's so important. I mean, everything going on in the world today, diversity and additional perspectives are so important, to how we show up and what we do from a social justice standpoint is incredibly important. So I think that diverse perspective is great to see that there is more of that. Long way to go, but it's great to see that there is a lot more of that, certainly.
Yeah, yeah. I mentioned this to you last week. When I started working in sports back in early 2000s at ESPN, it very much was more of a boys club atmosphere, and I think that was not particularly there. I think it was everywhere. Because I saw that, a little bit at Major League Baseball as well in the 30 clubs. But I find now, to your point, I show up to meetings and, our CEO is a woman myself. And, a lot of the folks on my team, we're doing a big push right now for breast cancer awareness. And we were sending an email out to all the women at Barstool Sports yesterday. And it's a powerful group of women. It's impressive. It surprises people. And it's good for us to bring that diversity of, just perspective. And we've been working hard to bring more women and more diversity to our organization. So it's good to hear you say that. I guess one thing I found surprising and didn't realize until I got to this point is, Barstool Sports is the first place I've ever worked where I'm working for a female boss, basically. Yeah. I've always reported to men. And it didn't faze me. I never felt, to your point, like that was unusual or anything like that. But it did strike me when things changed here, that had been my past. So I'm curious, do you feel like you've had female mentors that have helped you kind of pull you up within your career along the way? And are they female mentors, male mentors, or both? How do you think about mentorship?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've had definitely a mix of both. I've always looked, I think, for leaders that I think later in my career, you realize how important it is to have a good leader that you can work with and learn from. And, I've always looked for leaders that can kind of push me out of my comfort zone a little bit, which has been great. But I think, seeing a lot of female leaders has really, I've always seen strong women. I've worked for strong women at GMR, at Visa, at T-Mobile. All have been amazing contributors to my experience today. I think seeing strong women just gives you that example that you can see. And I once had a boss that told me, they told me how important grit was. We talked about grit last time we spoke, and it took me a long time in my career to understand what that meant for me, the importance for me, and the importance of that passion and that perseverance and bringing that to this industry, which has been male dominated, is so important to be able to maintain. And I think that grit to me is also having a little bit of a thick skin, rolling with it, being flexible, moving forward, having forward momentum, and being able to kind of roll with what comes along the way. I mean, this industry, it's kind of always on, right? So I think seeing leaders that can adapt and, female leaders that have been able to adapt to different areas and that strength, I think, is something I've looked at. And I think also seeing women that can be examples of balancing things, because that's always a big thing that as a woman, as a new mother, it's something that you look at examples of how can you kind of balance the work and life and blend it together in a way where you can still tackle what you're trying to achieve on the business front, and be present on the home front. And so I think, yeah, there's a lot of leaders. There's also a lot of women that I've had partnered with in organizations like WISE, Women in Sports and Events. And we just started a chapter here in Seattle. So a lot of women that, maybe I didn't work for, but also have been wonderful mentors that I've met, and I can call up if I have a challenge or something I'm working through equally, or celebrate moments with too. And just, they might be in another industry, another brand, but having those women you can connect with that understand the space, that understand the different challenges that we face is a wonderful thing. So I think it's important to have, both leaders that we work for, to your point, but also finding those other women that we can connect with in the industry as well.
Yeah, that's great. I think for anyone that's listening or watching that isn't familiar with WISE, Amy just mentioned a group that has been here in New York for quite some time, and something I've been a part of for years. But I can't remember how many years, but from when I was young in my career, and it's been wonderful. So it's great to hear they're expanding, and I think you're leading up the WISE chapter in Seattle. And I know they are in several major markets, but for anyone who doesn't know, it's Women in Sports and Entertainment. And it's a great networking group. They put on great events around key times of year, bring really impressive speakers, and just provide resources. And they also have a terrific mentoring program, which, I've been on both sides of, where I had a mentor through WISE and also, was a mentee as well to someone in the industry. So it's a great program to get involved with. And to Amy's point, it's a great just network to have, to get, some leadership and some guidance from, and also just kind of hear what other people are doing. And then I also, you've touched on something that we have to touch on here. Amy has an 11-month-old daughter, and given that we're in a shutdown pandemic time in our lives, we talked a little bit about work-life balance, which is always a conversation that people want to hear about when you talk about, women in business, not just women in sports, and how you're doing with that balance. And we're in such an unusual time. So talk a little bit about what it's been like to be working from home, when you were planning to be back in the office right before the quarantine came.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been interesting. There's when I was coming back to work actually in March from maternity leave, and right as we were being told to work from home. So I think I was back in the office and got to see my team for like maybe 2 weeks. It was really not long enough. I missed them all terribly. That was balancing working full time while caring for an infant. We didn't have childcare for about 3 months. So my husband and we had an Excel spreadsheet to keep track of meetings, and we were juggling between meetings and changing diapers and feeding, and like there's all kinds of things that we were trying to figure out at the time. And the great thing is we figured it out. We got through it. Thankfully, we have some childcare back now with everything, which has been wonderful. But it was different. I think the silver lining is just having more time with my daughter and being home. She's going to be a year on Saturday, which is incredible. And being home, I can't imagine having that opportunity, being able to be with her more. So that is wonderful. There's times, you go up, you get lunch and come back down to the office, and certainly the mom guilt kicks in when they cry and they see you for 2 seconds. You're like, but I have to go to this meeting. Like, I'm going to be late, So there's times like that where it's just an interesting dynamic of figuring out how you balance, being present for your family, but also getting your job done. And so, yeah, it's a daily task of just kind of balancing and juggling those things. But certainly, it's staying positive and keeping the attitude of just, it is really a blessing to be with her more. And hopefully we can get back to the office soon to see the team, because we miss them. But in the meantime, we'll enjoy this family time while we have it, certainly.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, it's great that you see it through a positive lens, and frankly that you have that attitude towards, there are silver linings to kind of what's going on right now from a work-life balance standpoint, although does feel like work is never off because we're at work and at home at the same time. But my silver linings have been, my sons are 11 and 8. And, as Barstool is pushing hard into emerging new platforms like TikTok and Twitch, I've just been learning through their lens. I watch them watch video games on TV. I watched, I have my son, he asked if he could download TikTok, and I told him only if you give me a TikTok tip of the day. So he shows me something on TikTok every day that maybe I haven't seen before. And it's actually interesting because now they have a grasp on what I do for a living. I don't think they really understood that before. So that's my silver lining from a business standpoint. You mentioned, there's a number of things you mentioned that I wanted to touch on, but one of the things is obviously with everyone being home, and you mentioned earlier, sports is a business that is always on, except this year it wasn't always on. Mm-hmm. So, as I'd love to shift gears a little bit and talk about your investments in sports platforms. I know right now is really topical because you have some programs going on with Major League Baseball that are super interesting, and really looking at how do you kind of leverage those investments and those properties to engage fans when there are no fans in the stands. You can't be there in the stadiums doing activations and getting close and personal with people and fans in their stands. They didn't happen. The jewel events like the All-Star games this year didn't happen, and everything's just majorly disrupted. But sports are back, and it's been really exciting that even the last 2 weeks, there's just been so much sports on that almost an overwhelming amount of sports to watch on television. So if we can't go to the games, at least we're like toggling here between the Stanley Cup Finals and Monday Night Football. And so it's exciting. It's like a good feeling, but I think I'd love to hear kind of about what you're doing with Major League Baseball. I know you have a program that's underway right now with Beyond the Bases. It'd be really great to hear kind of how that got off the ground and how that's going.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's this year has certainly been unprecedented. And I think, for T-Mobile, we really, it's forced us to think critically about how can we play a unique role in connecting sports fans during this time. And obviously you guys do a phenomenal job with a lot of the content you have. And I think as a brand, we're trying to find the way that we can inherently add value to that experience. And we started the spring, there was a lot of back and forth right before we got to the season, so a ton of scenario planning that the team went through. We started the spring with the virtual MLB draft that our partners at Major League Baseball called us up and said, hey, we need some help. We've got to execute the draft virtually for all of these prospects and figure out how we do that. And this is a new thing for us. So our T-Mobile for Business team was able to step in and provide devices and hotspots and test network connections and make sure that everyone had coverage so that could execute. And so I think that was a great way, and we were really pleased to be able to support our partner in that way. And as we were doing that, I think a lot of the work that was also taking place that we were doing was looking at, okay, when the season starts up, how can we bring fans closer? How can we play a unique role? How does our brand come in and provide value to fans? And we want to show up and add value. It's not for T-Mobile, a lot of how we activate is thinking about, as the end carrier, we think about customers first. So as part of our partnerships, we think about fans first and fan-centric approach, really. And so what's going to give people, more of an experience? And that's had to be very different, obviously, not being in person in the stands. So we kicked off this year's campaign, really rooted in the fact that we want to keep fans connected, even though they can't be there. So we provided, for the 5th year in a row, we provided MLB TV free, which was great. Saw a huge success in giving fans another way to watch their teams this season. We've also added the another subscription to The Athletic to keep fans connected, and added some offerings to allow fans just to view content in different ways during this time. And then most recently, we created, as you mentioned, the Beyond the Bases program. And this is a virtual content series that comes out every week. We just had an episode this week with Luke Voigt. We spoke to Didi Gregorius last week. Pete Alonso helped kick us off. We've got a number of additional episodes coming up. It's actually going to continue past the World Series. We've got some more content through November that we'll be bringing to give people kind of that behind the scenes look at players and hear from them. And I mean, it ranges from everything on, how they got into the sport, but it also talks about things like, what is Luke Voigt's favorite pizza? So we're just getting kind of unique and fun content to keep fans connected and give them another view. It's usually, we have previously done a lot in our local markets, and as part of T-Mobile's coverage map growing and our network growing, which we're incredibly, proud of, we've been able to look at localizing a lot of our assets with our T-Mobile teams that we support. And, this was part of, okay, how do we take that same approach, but make it in a digital fashion and offer local fans the opportunity to connect with players where we maybe normally would have done a player appearance. But what I love about this is it lets fans anywhere, able to log in and view the content and learn about these players and hear from them in a really intimate fashion, which is a lot of fun. And then we also are able to support our Little League platform with that. So, a lot of unique ways that we were able to sort of shift our approach that I think are actually going to continue for a long time for us, and kind of look at a unique way in going forward, now that we've tried some different things.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of the folks like yourself that I've talked to, like a lot of these tactics that people have found success in while they've had to find new ways to engage consumers, a lot of them have been so successful that I anticipate they'll continue doing those and get back to doing physical activation. So, experience is coming back. When you can give people physical experiences and be in person, you will, I'm sure. But then you can also envision this content series being something you guys just continue to build upon and have it, be ongoing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
The other thing too is like your product, it's interesting. We balance this a little bit. Right now we have a show, our pro football show with Deion Sanders and Dave and Big Cat. And the sponsors of the show are Pepsi and Rocket Mortgage. And one of the things that we were trying to create is like parody of the branding on the set. And it's a lot easier to put a Pepsi can in front of people on set than it is to find, authentic and organic ways to integrate a brand that is not physically able to be seen and put on the desk. And so it sounds like you do it through experiences and leveraging, the assets that you get through your partners to create unique experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a good point. I mean, there's certainly, when I was at Visa, it was the same thing. You have this, payment services and a network connection are not things that you can physically put somewhere necessarily, right? And so the experiential piece becomes so important of a tie to give fans that experience that, we have to get really creative at ways to do that. And I think connectivity obviously is, really right now it's something that, T-Mobile is playing a huge role, and we're doing it across the board for education. There's a number of things going on that our company is doing as well. So I think there's just really leaning into where our company can play a role and help people during this time as well. While it's not that front and center product, and there is that background connectivity that's playing a huge role in people's lives right now. So definitely something that we're mindful of and try to support in any way we can.
So, Amy, it's October 1st. Baseball's obviously in full swing, and the World Series is right around the corner. Is there anything you can share with us about what T-Mobile will be doing around this year's World Series?
Yeah, I mean, we were thrilled to be having a World Series this year. It was a little questionable for a while. We weren't sure what was going to happen for the world of sports, and now, to your point, there's NBA Finals, there's Stanley Cup, there's postseason, there's a lot going on. So we're thrilled to be here. With our partners in Major League Baseball. We do have some things in the works. It's definitely going to be a moment of celebration. I think we're looking at it postseason as a way to make an impact for the brand, but also for the community. And so I can't say too much, other than we're hoping to bring an uplifting story and an opportunity for fans to get involved in supporting youth sports participants across the country. And that's all I can say for now. But I think within youth sports, there's a lot of struggles out there for a lot of families. With everything going on, and we really want to look at how we can support in a bigger way and allow kids to keep playing. So we'll leave it at that, but more to come next week. Keep an eye out, and we'll be sure to share more. I'm sure you'll see the updates, but we're really looking forward to getting kicked off with everything for our postseason campaign after the Wild Card Series.
Cool. Well, shout out to my friends at MLB. I used to work at MLB Advancement.
Yeah.
I know that whole crew pretty well, and Bill Morningstar, he lives here in my town, but sounds like they've done a nice job working on your behalf to come up with activations and things that allow you to, still be very active within, baseball and with fans during a time that's been unprecedentedly difficult.
Yeah.
And I know everyone I talk to is either figuring it out or struggling with it. And there's been, things that have really worked, and there's been some failures along the way too. So great to hear. I think one of the things that's really interesting about what you're doing at T-Mobile is you have this platform with Major League Baseball that is, massive, big three sport in the United States of America. And then you have this emerging platform that you guys have kind of dove into in esports. And I just thought it would be interesting to hear kind of how you think about esports, what you guys are doing in that world, and how it's either thriving and evolving right now, given it's definitely esports has been having a moment since everybody's been kind of locked down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an incredible space to be part of, and we started a number of years ago in the esports space. When we entered and partnered with Overwatch League as part of their inaugural season, we just renewed with them for another 3 years, and so they've got I think they had to pivot this year too, right? I mean, them and Call of Duty. So Call of Duty League, we just recently supported that as a start of a season as well with our Metro brand, which we're really excited about. And they great platform. I think they had one event in an arena, and then everything got shut down and they had to go digital. And I think kudos to them, where a lot of the sport does lend itself to be viewed through platforms like Twitch and YouTube. But they still competed in person. They still had a lot of infrastructure where they were competing in person. And I think, they've done a fantastic job of shifting their competition to be online. And I think Kristen Connolly of Overwatch is speaking later today, and can't wait to hear her speak as well. I think that, they've done a good job of just pivoting sort of how they had their competition schedule and moved things digitally. We've tried to, just like in Major League Baseball, we've tried to come alongside that and support fans in another way by giving them ways to connect digitally with players, or bringing, opportunities for fans to be heard with Fan Voice Awards and Call of Duty, and the MVP that we've always supported with Overwatch League. So I think there's ways we're trying to get fans involved. But yeah, I think it's probably been, a tough space for them as well, but also an opportunity where they were live with live sports when a lot of other live sports weren't live, weren't happening. They were able to continue competition, in the spring, where a lot of others weren't. So I think they had to pivot quickly as well, but they did a nice job. And I think, esports it's an inherently fragmented space. There's a ton of really great teams and influencers and streamers out there. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. We've been, very thankful with our, partners at Activision Blizzard on these two really quality leagues that we're working with now, and certainly looking forward to doing more in the space to showcase technology and what network technology can do, within the world of gaming.
Yeah, well, that makes a lot of sense. I know from our household here, we had to upgrade all of our, systems and Wi-Fi, because in addition to working from home, having two, adults working from home full time most days of the week, I've got, Fortnite stream going on, and YouTube stream going on in the other. And it's just been crazy how much the networks have been able to support. I think, if we'd had a pandemic 5 years ago without, the 5G networks place, I don't know that it's gone as smoothly as it's going right now for a lot of people, in terms of being able to have this connectivity, being able to do these virtual events, or being able to do your Beyond the Base program with fans. Can you talk a little bit about, Sprint and T-Mobile merged not that long ago, and I imagine that's had an impact on, your team and how you guys go to market with, the two brands, and how has that impacted you and your team and what you're doing with the Sprint and T-Mobile brands?
Yeah, it's an incredible milestone for the company. So, in our brand, our coverage footprint is stronger than ever now with the two brands coming together, and we've now grown to number 2 in the wireless space, which is really exciting. So it's a big moment for everyone to be able to celebrate, and look at how do we then continue to drive awareness of the network in new air territories. So as T-Mobile's coverage footprint grows, and we can, we've got nationwide 5G network. How do we make sure that more customers know about T-Mobile and know about the opportunity. And I think it just allows us to extend our portfolio into new territories where we know our coverage is stronger than ever with this merger. And so I think that's the opportunity we've have it in front of us, that we're looking at for the upcoming year. It's also, part of looking at how do we look at the Sprint portfolio of properties that they had to support Kansas City with the Chiefs, an amazing team, and the T-Mobile Center, formerly Sprint Center. So a lot of work, going on to look at how do we apply this sort of Un-carrier mindset of supporting fans with big events and things that we've done in the space, and sort of applying that to these new properties and really supporting our second HQ community. We now view Kansas City like we view the Seattle area. It's our hometown, and we're really looking forward to bringing more magenta and supporting it in a bigger way with these partners, with the Royals and the Chiefs and T-Mobile Center. So we're excited to get, the Chiefs have been open and allowing fans back in, which sounds like it's been going great. And, we're looking forward to opening up T-Mobile Center at some point, hopefully in the future, once we can do that safely, and, work with the Royals. So I think all of the teams have been fantastic, and we're excited to bring them into the T-Mobile family.
Yeah, what two amazing sports cities for
yeah. Seattle and Kansas City, I would say both are, fantastic homes for sports fans, that's for sure.
Yeah, and even just the fake crowd noise they've been pumping into Fox games is just.
I know. Well, they've got to hold up the loud. The interesting piece is that I think Kansas City and the Seattle Seahawks both have competed back and forth for the loudest stadium. And so we've been discussing that we need to have an employee battle on loudest stadium within the NFL between those two, and we get fans back. So it's great.
Awesome. That's really cool. Well, I do want to open it up to the audience. Looks like we have quite a good audience here for Q&A. I think if you are in the audience and you have questions, I think you can just post them here in the chat, and I should be able to see them. So you can go ahead and do that. Oh, I see there are actually a number of questions. So I'll look through these, but before I do that, I was going to ask you, Amy, we talked about it, like from your perspective, there probably are a lot of kind of young professionals tuning in. Is there, a single piece of advice or any advice that you would give someone that's kind of starting out or earlier in their career, that would help them kind of achieve the success that you've been able to have?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I was once told that as women, we look at a job description and we look at it and we say, oh, I've got to check every box and I have to have everything before I take this role. And it struck me because I was like, wow, I think I probably have a tendency to do that, versus looking at it and saying, wow, I've got all these strengths that I could apply to this new role and new opportunity, and maybe taking a leap of faith on ourselves or taking that stretch opportunity. And so I think, as women, we can sometimes carry a little bit of that self-doubt in a male-dominated industry. It just naturally can occur at times. And so I think if anything, I would just encourage, others to, I would encourage anyone in the industry to really stretch, expand, don't feel like you have to check every single box, look for where you do have strengths that you think you could apply to a new opportunity, and the perspective that you would bring to look at where, you could maybe grow into that role. When I took this role, I was very excited to bring a lot of the experience that I had from Visa, but there are always going to be things that we're all still learning every day, on an ongoing basis. And so there were still things that I had to probably lean on my team and we had to learn with just as much as I had the strengths on the other side. So I think we're never, going into it, we should always be learning. And so I would just encourage people, and other women to make sure you don't feel like you have to check every box, that you look at those opportunities, because that's where the real learning happens. And that's where we really, really grow. So have some faith in yourself and, go for those opportunities, big and small, they all add up. Definitely something to think about when you're looking for your next opportunity out there.
Awesome. So there's some great questions in here. I think one that you would probably have some insight or thoughts on, having worked at such major brands like Visa and T-Mobile. There's a question from the audience asking, how do some of the more established older brands gracefully enter some of the new technology spaces like TikTok and esports without sacrificing their brand identity or being inauthentic. And I know that is a challenge because these new platforms, if you don't do it authentically, it can come off as very forced.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a great question, and it's something that we ask ourselves every time we're looking at new opportunities. I think I talked earlier about us adding value to fan experiences. And as we look at new opportunities, we're always looking for there's got to be a real role or a reason for us to be in a space or a way that we're bringing value to that partner. Because to your point, otherwise it can feel forced and it can feel inauthentic. And so when we enter a partnership, we're not slapping a logo and walking away. It's really about a conscious choice of why we're in that space or in that community to support them. And so that's definitely a lens that we take every day when we look at new partnerships or activation. That's definitely something that we look at. And I think it comes from figuring out who you are as a brand, really getting, your filters from a partnership perspective, really crystal clear, and then sticking to those as you're evaluating new opportunities that might come through. I would say that we were just having a conversation earlier this week about a partnership and had some good dialogue and debate about, that and how does it fit and does it make sense? So I think these are some things that you're constantly pressure testing, but it starts with a clear set of sort of vision and goals and what partnerships are going to do for the brand and then what you're inherently also going to do for that partner and that fan base. So all things, to consider when looking at partnerships for a big brand or, any partnership for that matter.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I think the other thing I would add is maybe finding the people within your company or organization that are truly fans of that particular platform, league, team it is that you're looking to get into, really, for us as we entered in a very, very big way, the esports world during the pandemic. Our creators and our talent just went there and started creating content. But from how do we integrate our brand partners into that, we really sat down with the people at Barstool who are the gamers, are in the streams all the time. We actually saw one of our partners, Cash App, who are the presenting sponsor of Pardon My Take. They were entering the stream and gifting subs to fans at like 50 at a time. And then all of the fans in the room were, celebrating Cash App. And there was like these Cash App moments that were being created. And, when we talked to them, it's like they have a person on their team who's just a huge gamer and came up with ways to kind of surprise and delight fans that were really authentic and he knew would take hold versus, again, we can put their logo there. We do it. They're in the studio that they're playing games in anyway. But, it's just an interesting way to kind of look at from a platform perspective. You can't take what you're doing from one place and just apply it to another because the way these fans are using these platforms varies greatly from platform to platform.
So important. And we've got individuals on my team too that have, definitely appreciate everyone has their expertise and their lens that they bring, and people have that good debate and dialogue of like what makes sense for this fan base or not. So I think that's a great point on having folks that are there and can really make sure it's going to resonate with the fan base they're in front of.
Yeah. The other questions here, there's a lot of questions here about just like from a career perspective, here's one. I guess some of the folks here are thinking about like, what is a path forward for you? I imagine you'll be at T-Mobile for years to come, but when you talk about those stretch goals, like what are your goals from a career perspective to kind of stretch yourself beyond what you've currently accomplished?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's funny. I know people have definitely asked like what my 5 and 10-year vision looks like. I'm like, I don't know that I have that, I'm not sure that I have a 10-year view. I think for me, I look at the space on just continuing to evolve on both the content and sort of how we're using partnerships as well. And I think for me, I probably personal goal is to look at more properties outside of, both within the sports space, but also even beyond the sports space and, beyond, looking at new territories of partnerships and different consumer passion points, looking at how we use those and looking at different parts of the business. And, we're definitely looking at different ways, we can expand out to other lines of business. So I think it's about evolution. I don't know that I have a set, here's where I want to be in 10 years kind of goal. I think for me, it's about staying curious, learning, evolving our approach. Obviously an opportunity to sort of just expand scope, because that brings learning and new opportunities. But I've always taken a bit of an organic approach, and I feel like that curiosity certainly leads to new opportunities. And that's kind of what I carry with me, onward.
Yeah, that's great. I think for me too, like I don't see the world in 10 years ahead.
Yeah. What's your 5-year goal, Deirdre? I want to hear.
Stay alive, keep my head on straight.
Yeah. Keep the family rolling forward, and
my kids. That's one. Make sure that they're sane. No, but I think it is to continue to push and evolve and grow while also creating that life balance. That's important to me.
Yeah.
I think that one of the things that's been almost a fortunate factor of having come to Barstool Sports, like if you look back, I've been in sports a long time, and you could argue that's a comfort zone. I really just felt like I was, as a career, building a lot of equity, staying in that kind of lane. Coming to Barstool was a natural next step, but what I didn't anticipate was how fast Barstool would evolve beyond sports properties. So our core sports properties are there and they're thriving. We launched the Barstool Sportsbook. That's going to be a rocket ship, but we also have been launching female and lifestyle brands as well that have kind of helped expand. You mentioned curiosity and looking outside at new consumer passion points. We're now working with brands that are looking to reach young women, or brands that want to reach guys and girls through a lens of entertainment, esports, and other ways beyond just your traditional sports. And even expanding internationally a little bit is probably an exciting next step for me, hopefully, and also Barstool Sports. So those would be my answers to the questions that we have here. So I think that covers it all. I think the questions I see here from the rest we've kind of already touched on, but it's great to connect, Amy. It's been a really great discussion. I really appreciate, all the time and getting to know you. And I'm sure that the rest of the day will be filled with a lot of really insightful stuff. There's definitely some great panelists here. So thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me. Thanks for chatting. Looking forward to seeing everyone over the next couple hours as well.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. I loved what you were saying earlier about just the importance of having grit and perseverance, especially, in 2020. So thank you guys so much. It was so lovely to have a great kickoff session, and we hope to have you on our stage again soon.
All right. Thanks, Emily. Bye, Deirdre.
Bye, guys.
Have a good day.
Well, we have an amazing packed out day with lots of great sessions featuring our women in sports. So we'll move right on to the next session. We're going to be joined by Gabrielle Dow. Gabrielle is the VP of Marketing for Green Bay Packers, and she's been a senior marketing leader at teams such as the Baltimore Ravens and the Florida Panthers. And her session will be moderated by Lauren Fisher, the Chief Creative Officer of the Famous Group. Welcome to the stage, Gabrielle and Lauren. How are you today?
Hello. How's it going? Hi, everybody.
So it's here. I'll kick it over to you. Session.
Oh, look, she's not wearing a hat. I love
it. This is my business casual. It's a button-up chambray shirt. That's my dress-up day. That's one of the fun parts of being a creative. So yeah, my name's Lauren Fisher, and I'm the Chief Creative Officer of the Famous Group, and I'm really thrilled today to be talking with Gabrielle Dow, who is the Vice President of Marketing and Fan Engagement at the Green Bay Packers. So hi, Gabrielle, how you doing?
Good.
Awesome.
Busy morning already.
Yes, I'll bet. It's a crazy, every week now is probably completely insane now that the football season has kicked off. So we have a lot to talk about, and I wanted to just start off by, getting the beginnings of your story. I think one of the themes today that, obviously this is a women in sports panel. So I think, hearing the origin stories of how women came to the sports world is always really insightful to hear. It's always really insightful for me to hear. So I wanted to start off by asking you first about, your path into the sports world. I read a little bit about your path. So I do know that initially you were going to get a law degree and become a lawyer. And something happened at some point to make you sort of change direction. So I was wondering if you could talk about your early path in sports.
Sure. I actually was clerking between my first year and second year of law school in San Francisco. And I was working for a tax firm doing audits and offers. And so that's basically if you've not paid your taxes for years and you're lying to the government, I'd have to compromise with you. And it was boring. It was just not where I wanted to be. So I ran into my old boss before I went to law school. I worked at Macy's. And I said, well, how do I become you? How do I become a buyer? And she said, well, you need to go to business school. And so then I called up Oregon and I stumbled into that. They said, yes, we do have a program, apply, take all the tests, GMAT, whatever, and got in. And then as the school year was starting, I went up and I had to meet this gentleman named Rick Burton. And the only reason I had to be with him, because in the business school program, I had to pick a concentration. So there's marketing, HR, finance, and they had then Warsaw sports marketing. They had a Warsaw. I didn't know Jim Warsaw. I didn't know the sports marketing program had existed at Oregon. That was not where I was focused. And so I had to walk into Rick's office. And so he just said, why should I care about you? And I completely blew smoke up his butt and said, someday when you're teaching a class, you will mention this conversation and that I will be working in this business and making you proud. And he now tells that story. He's the dean at University of Syracuse. There's a sports marketing program there. And so to this day, it's he helped me get into this business, and I owe him big time. And from there, the rest is history.
That's so cool. You in the sports world, you called your shot before you shot it.
That's a good point.
And that's huge. Yes, but that's, you're telling him that, but you're also probably telling yourself that and motivating yourself to move forward, which is huge. I love that. So tell me, maybe fast forward a little bit.
Sure.
I'm curious about, because I know you have this mix of experience where you had live events in your background as well as sports. And obviously those things are very much tied, but can you talk a little bit about, because I'm not sure in the timeline either. I know that you had a time at Staples Center. We talked a little bit about working, with artists and musicians, which we might hit on later, but can you talk about sort of like the next, fast forward us a little bit to those sort of pivots in your career?
Well, and I think, you can't tell who's on the call, but so, when you're in the entertainment industry, so whether you're doing live events or, the concert and music industry, I first started working for the Portland Trailblazers. So I was going to law school and business school, and then I would drive an hour and a half to Portland. And I started my career as a legal clerk for the Portland Trailblazers. And so heavy load of school, and then still driving up there, and I would spend the night with friends. And their house was really gross. So I joined the gym and used that as a shower, but literally would pack my car with suits. Like I maybe had 2 suits, and I would go up there all weekend and come back into the school. And so then the Blazers said, hey, we understand, my clerkship ended with the Blazers. The PR department said, hey, you can write. Can you join us? And I said, yeah, I'd be happy to join you. So then I started as a PR intern and basically, doing stats and all the young people that you see, walking behind all the different press people handing, the quarter or the game stats, that's what I did to get into this business. And then from there, actually started as an intern at Staples Center. So in '99, it was fully paid. Tim Leiweke always joked that I was the first intern he had to pay. And so from there, Staples Center is an amazing facility. And I started in events in that world and then moved into marketing and it's basically the venue, and anyone in the entertainment industry and the arena business and stadium business knows that, that's a lot of work, and even in the live event business. And it was, 360 days a year, pretty much. I mean, you're just always going. And I probably missed every Thanksgiving and Christmas. I mean, honestly, because the Lakers played. So, but I didn't realize it was a passion until I started with the Blazers and I got into that program. And then, I just love putting butts in seats. And and I get people call me all the time and go, like if you're interviewing, I just love sports. Well, everyone loves sports. You need to love the business. You need to tell me how I'm going to make, an ROI on whatever we're investing. So, we can all love sports and we can all, love our teams, but I think it's really the business behind it that we all love.
Yeah, you have to, and it does help. I mean, in the creative side of things, there's, I went to art school and so there was not a ton of sports fans around me during that part of my education. And so seemingly it feels like two disparate things coming together and but it's about tying the passion for those sports with the business. Or for me, it's like tying my passion for sports with innovation and creativity, putting those two things together. So yeah, the love is there for the sports, but what else you got is a great, motivator. And it's funny you say that your internship was the first one that was paid, because I had the same experience where I got hired for my first internship and it was unpaid. And I said, I would love to work for you full time for free, but I need to, eat. So
yeah.
I either have to go work at Subway part time and then work for you part time, or can you pay? And then so they paid me, and it was their first time also paying an intern. So that's kind of a funny mirror. But so let's talk about football then, because one of the things I want to talk about when we get into being a woman in the sports marketing world. Football is obviously a very male dominated sport. So I wanted to hear about your experience with the Ravens. So you were with them for, I can't remember how many years exactly, but then Ravens, and then we'll get to the Packers. So
Sure.
Tell me a little bit about the Ravens experience.
Oh, well, Baltimore is a much different team than Green Bay. So I would consider it, basically a tween when you compare it to the Green Bay Packers being, 102 years old this year. And the Ravens, when I was there, it was young. It was the marketing and brand was focused on establishment and growing in their market. I mean, the Ravens are sandwiched between three dynasties: Pittsburgh, Redskins, and Eagles. I mean, those teams have a hardcore fan base. So you could be fun and carefree and try new things. And the people there are just wonderful. It's a great organization. Still very close to a lot of people in that building. But and I also had a really great boss at that time. His name's Dick Cass. He's the president. He's still there. And I remember when I had to tell him that I was going to have a baby. So we talked about all those kind of things. And the first thing out of his mouth was like, Gabrielle, my wife, loves to work. His wife's an amazing architect. We have nannies and all that kind of stuff. You do what you need to do. He never, he was the first kind of, there's lots of other people, but that really got it and understood the work balance. And, if I needed to leave, because daycare charges a minute, or $1 a minute every time you're late. And so how do you get there, and how do you do that? And especially in a big city like that, where it takes you an hour and a half to get anywhere. So just, understanding that he was kind of the first as a parent and as a working mom, a great leader that just set the stage to go, it's okay to be a working mom. His wife is, and he was just a neat human being. And I wanted to highlight that because we're all kind of struggling right now with the homeschooling and all those kinds of things, and him that show the way.
Yeah, it's great to, have people along the path. I've been telling my story to a couple people recently. I was on a podcast, and it was I found myself doing a similar thing, calling out people's names, who are these, rather than necessarily wanting to talk about my big career benchmarks or this many people, we sold this many tickets that last year.
Right.
It's more about the first thing in your mind. And for me, it's I talked about my first boss, Scott Williams. He threw me into the fire a bunch. He was really caring. He wanted to see me grow. So those types of, and sometimes it feels serendipitous, or maybe you attract that by being who you are.
Sure.
But it's really nice to call those people out when the time comes, and to remember that, and that you're standing on somebody's shoulders, or that somebody helped you and saw you in that moment. But especially.
Yeah, I mean, and then you have big events like, I mean, the Ravens, we got a Super Bowl. Like I have a Super Bowl, and that's actually really great. But the moments I remember from that is the stuff that happened behind the scenes.
Yep.
And the people there that connected, yes, the game was amazing and all those big things, but it's what happens to the colleagues that you work with, and the things that, behind the scenes, and the memories and the laughter and the crying that, all go on with all the different challenges that, happen because you're at the Super Bowl or you're preparing for something big.
Yeah. And that's like a really unique thing that I would imagine. I've never worked directly for a team, but the very seasonal nature of what you do, having, working with teams a lot, the Famous Group, we do a ton of content for teams and open videos. So we understand the seasonality of the work, but for you guys really being a part of that organization, how seasonal it is, but how emotional it is a really interesting thing. That you're tied up in this team. It is ROI, it's butts and seats, but there is a real pull for your team. And I just think that's a fascinating thing about being a part of a business that is tied to that, to the battlefield, the glory, the heroes, it's performance, it's entertainment, but there is this heart to it. And if you win, you all win together, you all get a ring, if you lose, you feel that too. So that seems like it would be a really interesting workplace to be a part of.
It is, because I don't really care what league you work for, and when they say off season, there's no off in season. They just need to get rid of the word off. And then with your business too, I mean, you're going from Super Bowl, but then you have other leagues that are just starting up or ending, and so it's just a roller coaster that goes on and on. It's funny because at the Ravens and most any league, most teams, after you go through a championship or you go through the playoffs, and if you don't move forward, you usually get time off. So you get like a week or 3 days to go and lick your wounds. Like you never get out of your pajamas. If you have kids, you realize all the things that you haven't done during the championship or the playoff time. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, okay, I got to get all that. Well, this was the first organization for me where, no, you got to get back to work. We're open 365 days a year. Like we have businesses and, and teams are growing into this. And you see with Patriots Place or the Cowboys have a Star where it's not closing. And so how do you take time to regenerate and lick your wounds, so to speak, or just, spend a day in your sweats? You have to keep moving. And then I also see like vendors like that we work with you that you're just as sad as we are. And so I really appreciate it when you share our pain because you're like, you just feel for us, you kind of follow your clients and you wish them all well.
Oh yeah, we buy in, and that's part of the job. Part of the job is to understand, people in your position, why, what's the why? Why are we doing this? What's our motivation, to use the actor speak, but, and part of that is really buying into it. And you have to have that or else it'll show in the work. If you're not, buying in and being part of the team in this way, it's like it'll just fall flat, or it'll feel like, oh, you're just making pretty pictures rather than really having a deep understanding of the fan base and the team too. It's really cool for me. I mean, getting back to this idea of being a fan, I mean, it really does help to have an understanding of what could motivate a team and where they are. Are they building? Are they at the top and need to stay there? Having an understanding of the game is just really, really helpful for that. But I want to talk specifically about the Packers, because I was excited to talk to you for a bunch of reasons, but I think the Packers, you guys are such a unique organization. Unlike any other team as far as history, the Lambeau Field experience, your, the fact that you don't have this like central ownership and you have the fan, shareholders. So for the people in the audience that maybe don't know a lot about the Packers in that way, I'd love to hear from your perspective about why you said some great stuff in our first conversation. So I'd love for you to share that sort of the philosophies of the Packers that are so unique. And then maybe we can talk a little bit about how that affects your work,
I've been, I think, with 5 teams now, and my husband has been with 2. And so between 7 teams, between us both, we see other teams' mission, vision, and values. And until I got to Green Bay, the word, like words like excellence and trust and teamwork are always, teams' values. And this was the first team that had used the word stewardship, or my first experience with a team that had used the specific word stewardship. And to steward something is to leave something better than when you got there. And I really didn't understand it. It took me a while to get it. It probably took me a year to really understand, because it's more than just a value. It's a belief. It's a brand. It's almost like a religion. That not only do I steward the brand and whatnot, but everybody stewards the brand. I mean, like, and every from every staff. I mean, I don't care if it's the cleaning people or the the fields people. Everyone really believes in stewarding this brand, and it was really something that was fascinating and interesting to me, because I knew that we had to be protective and careful and rich tradition and all the character behind that, and and the Lombardi and all the different greats that were here, but I didn't understand really what that was until you start really digging in and peeling back the onion. And then when we look at kind of the history of the brand and the length of the team, and then you kind of take stewardship, and you realize how the Packers started in 1919 as a small team in a small town. And so that David versus Goliath mentality has stuck with this team since day one and has become a fan favorite. So, that yes, that the underdog with no owner and no bank account or big pockets can win 13 championships is impressive. And I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm patting the team and the brand on the back, because the people that believe in that have built that foundation. So, and back to your stock question, where else can fans buy stocks in a completely useless piece of paper with no extrinsic value whatsoever, with no return, and they give this stock to their kid? It's not going to help them in any type of college fund or whatsoever. And actually, when you give it back to us, you get a half a penny. We can't even give you anything really for it. So I think this intrinsic value and branding has just built the character of the Packers.
Yeah, it's intangible. It's it's like saying giving you love back. You can't hold on to that. It has a value, but it's not monetary. So it's like, I just think that's super unique. But I wonder if it trying to push for, in your position every year, it's like, okay, that was great. What's next? Innovating and pushing forward a brand like the Packers, I would think would be challenging, but a really awesome challenge. Because, for me, whenever I'm thinking about something that feels like the opposites, that's where the creativity happens. It's like, right. Oh, this is a tried and true historic, like it has to be done a certain way, it's been done this way forever. And then it's like, oh, but we also have to like reach young fans. We have to innovate. We have to, what's new this year? So those things are seemingly disparate, but when you put them together, that's where creativity and ideas come. So, which however you want to describe that, if it's like a specific, initiative, or if it's just more of how you approach it. I'm really curious about that.
Well, we're very strategic here. So we're not the first to start something. So, maybe we were the last team to add TikTok, or, maybe we'll be the last team to look into e-gaming, or other teams have had connected TV apps for years, and the Ravens have been doing a phenomenal job for many years, and and we just had the baby. And so I think for this brand and this organization, we really strategized. And that was new. That was new for me coming from the Ravens, where it could go. You could throw a women's club and you could do all these different cool things at the Ravens, again, because they're young and hip and trying to create a brand. And whereas the Packers, no, very established. If I had created, everyone, like the sales team always asked me, why can't we have a women's club? I said, because I've got decades and decades of female fans that would be absolutely offended if I told them about football.
Wow.
So you have to okay, so put on that strategy hat. And then, like you said, about there are things that we do here forever because we've done them forever. So if it's not broke, why fix it mentality. Mm-hmm. And that's been, I do have a little bit of a reputation as a pusher. But now I think I've grown in my role to create the buy-in, to understand okay, this is the future, this is where we need to go, and making sure that all the key players are at the table, that you have buy-in and a relationship and a community there that gets the next level of connected TV, like, for example, or bringing our broadcast in-house, or doing something in the future with whatever the NFL initiative.
Yeah, buy-in. That's a big one, because I think there's different leadership styles, and for me, sort of moving up in the ranks or directing and things like that, there's some people that come in and they're like, this is how it is. I'm not going to explain it to you. It's just happening. And here we go. But it's so much more valuable when you and it's also a process too, where you educate yourself too. You're okay, what, you absorb information, you formulate a plan, and then it's almost like teaching. You sort of teach that information back, you formulate that plan back, and then, like you said, you get buy-in. It's like coaching. It's it's I think that that's a really good way of thinking about this sort of innovation. Is not necessarily because we think of people that are like the Elon Musk type people that are just here we go, this is what we're doing, we're making flamethrowers or whatever. But there's another way to do it, and as part of and especially at your organization, where it's you need to get everybody on board with you, and you've obviously built a reputation, or that you're trusted, you get it, you've carried it forward. So that's probably a big part of moving it forward.
This morning I woke up, didn't sleep very well because we're doing something with the league, and I had to make sure our GM was absolutely on board. And it's technology that I know nothing of, but the NFL has done the homework. But honestly, it's I got to connect these two before we move forward and do something, and have buy-in from football, because any league or any sports team will tell you that the player side is first, always first. And so gosh forbid we do anything without that buy-in being first. So understanding our core mission and is to win football games, and so football is at the core. And so, and then everything else kind of falls into place, sales will come along and all the other groups. But it was a busy morning. Just making sure that I had the buy-in, to make sure that Mark Murphy, my president and boss, was okay with it, because I had the GM buy-in, and it's communication and relationships too.
Yeah. That seems like it's a pretty unique thing to sports, right? If at Staples, you weren't worried about whether, Barbra Streisand was buying into your ideas for selling tickets. She was going to be there. The show was you wanted her to be happy. But, this is different, where you have to think your decisions have to be about lifting up the team and the football and the sport. And then how does that seems like it could be challenging, or, something that really other people may be in a marketing position, maybe at a brand that is more about selling a product than a game. That sounds like it's not the same.
Right. But working with the Famous Group, even in a creative, you would want it, if, we were going to do an intro piece, and I know you've done with the league, Sammy's got to, or Tim has to, get buy-in from Tim Ellis, and then is Roger good? So I think everything, I don't care what organization you're in and where you sit in that organization, I think sharing and communicating and being open about everything, in the long run helps everyone.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Well, I want to move on to the specific subject of this, symposium, this talk, women in sports. I think it's probably becoming more and more common that women are in this space, maybe than 10 years ago, 20 years ago. It was so cool this past weekend. We had this really historic NFL game where we had a female coach on each team and a female referee. So for the first time in history, this game, had 3 women there that were, really represented all the trailblazing and people that came before them. And I wanted to know, and it still feels like we have a ways to go, but I wanted to hear from your experience. What's it been like? Do you think about it much, that you're a woman in sports? I mean, I know for me, I forget sometimes. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm, in these shoots that we do and stuff, I'm surrounded by, athletes, and it's like a very, especially NFL stuff, it's like very male dominated, it feels like, but I don't think about it much, but there can be moments. So I'm just curious, how you would define your experience as a woman in the sports world, and then specifically in football too.
Well, I think my dad paved the way for me he was just so you could be anything you want to be, go do it. And my husband was this morning, because that was on the ESPN this morning, what you're talking about. Yeah. And he actually had it paused, and I come out to the kitchen. He's like, "Oh, did you see this report?" And I'm like, right on, all those ladies. And then of course, into my mind is like, oh my God, they're working so hard. Bless their hearts. It wasn't like how cool. It was like, those women have worked long hours. Goodness gracious. I know what coaches do. And I, don't know much about the reps, but I know they travel and all that good stuff. And I don't know the female rep, but I'm sure she has a second career and blah, blah, blah. But the time and energy and the coaching world's really different. So I was just admiring them. Yeah. That is so great. And I think that's what makes it better and more embracing and more welcoming, is that all of us need to do a better job of paying it forward and inviting more, even men and women to the table, diversity, everything. What are we doing? Because it's the same way in the legal system, even as a lawyer clerking, or, the healthcare or the IT world, so I think breaking that, I want to say glass ceiling. I just think it's just, we all should pay it forward, and we should all make have an opportunity. I'll never turn down a student who asks to sit with me for half an hour. And how do I do this? I don't care who you are, because there are great male leaders, actually one female leader, Brenda Tinnen, out of Staples Center for AEG, that have helped me get here. And I just realized that, thank you to all those wonderful people, and they'll forever, I will forever be grateful. But how do I continue to keep myself open to help others grow and be better?
Yeah, absolutely. People are so used to, a lot of people hire from their network, or they hire from just people, so it's like, if it's, the domination of a certain group of people can just carry through, because it's just passes on through your network and things like that. Sure. So it's important, for, I think, women in our position to take, with all of our free time, but take an extra look and see how we can reach out, and see, doing events like this. And I have this really big impulse when people, or a compulsion really, when people ask me how I made something or how I did something, I want them to know every detail. I overdo it, because I have this compulsion to make it seem like you can do it. It's not some weird special power. It's this is a very accessible thing, whatever it is, whether I'm explaining how I made something or how, it's just, these things are accessible, but you need to hear the stories. That's why I just love, I'm hearing your backstory. And when I meet other women in this space, or any sort of niche place, it's like, how did you get here? Like, what is your story? And then finding those connections, like, oh, I had a similar experience, and connecting those dots. So I think these types of conversations really spark that, and it really helps. And you brought it up a little bit that, I think social media is helping that. I see, like, I'm a big like Twitter person, like completely addicted to Twitter. But there's a lot of really great female voices in, especially like sports journalism, that have their own sort of brand and their own sort of like, place in this world. And I'm sure, like you said, it's hard fought. Like, when we fellow women, when we look at women that have gotten to a place, you're like, oh man, I know that you had to probably do extra work to be in that position than maybe somebody else would have had to. I watched this new Netflix series. I think it's called The Rule Book, and it's a different coach every episode. And Dawn Staley, the coach for South Carolina, she said when she first started playing basketball, she had to assert herself, play harder, be tougher, bring the basketball so they would at least let her play. Like, she had to do all these, things to get herself sort of, in there. And you have to get that sort of pushy kind of way of being. And, it'll serve you the rest of the way. But my question, though, I wanted to ask is, like, do you think, or have you seen this shift over the last maybe 10 years, 5 years, that are you seeing more women in this space, or do you see social media as having an effect on this? Like, do you have any perception of how things are changing for women? Because, the first example is those coaches and those refs. Yeah. So we have that example, but is there anything in your purview that you see changing?
I do see a new generation of females in sports coming up. And again, I know social media helps that. I think on our team level, just speaking here, I mean, Green Bay is in the middle of nowhere. I mean, really people don't want to move here, because we're in the middle of nowhere. It's freezing, and it's it's not New York or Los Angeles. But I think that you still have to work hard. I don't care who you are, female, Black, it doesn't matter. I mean, I think to be in this business, in your business, in certain businesses, you have to put the time and energy in. Yeah. You have to, everyone talks about work-life balance. I completely don't think that exists, but you do have to pay your dues, and I know the hours that you work. And we've talked about this, and you're trying to do something for a client that could be last minute or is late, or just, they, drop something on your lap, and it's all hours, it's all hands on deck. And so are you willing to commit to that? Because we can all take 9-to-5 jobs, but I think the secret is, if you really love something and you really love what you do, and in your creative world, and you love to design and you love to do that, then go after your passion, because you're going to work every single day and you better love it. But if you're just going to do a job, then do that. But realize, if you're going to follow your passion, you got it. It's, all those coaches and everybody has to put in the hours and the time, and stand, and also assertive, to have a seat at the table. Don't be, but also, I always get this, like, people, it's okay to be compassionate, though. It's okay to be nice. I don't have to be a jerk. I don't have to be, I get more with sugar and humor than vinegar. And I have no problem when people make fun of me, and I will fall on the sword for my staff, and or getting teased or being a brunt of a joke. I have no problem, because that's okay. Yeah. So and so you have great compassion. I think that's why we got along, and because we can smile and we can joke and we can have life is fun, and every day should be lived well. And then last thing I would say is listening. No matter what, listen, take time. You don't have to talk about the whole time. We can all be better listeners. And I think that's when you hear what someone's saying and you're understanding what they're saying, and it's not about you, it's about them. And I think, and about whatever their initiative is, or how do we grow our business better, you're listening and then finding a solution. So lots of different things there, but social media, that's sometimes it can hinder too, because people aren't listening, they're just saying.
Yeah.
And so, you know, how do you just sit back and listen? How do you just sit back and respond and be aware of what really is going on and get through that clutter? Because, you know, clickbait is huge. And so I tell my kids and I tell the students I teach, you know, as your parent or as, you know, a potential employer, we can see everything that you do and we notice, and your posts on Twitter or whatever represents who you are. So be thoughtful about what you're doing, because it could change your future.
Yeah. That leads to a question and a sort of topic that we talked about earlier, and you know, the pandemic as a whole, and that you are a working mom, and we talked a little bit about, you know, what you're trying to teach your kids, and like about, you know, discipline and social media and your presence as a mom and all those things. So I sort of want to transition just for a few minutes and talk about the personal side of the pandemic, like how it's affected you. But, you know, just as working as a mom, but then also talk about how it's affected your work life and connecting with your team, and how you've pivoted to work with, you know, during the pandemic. And then we'll talk a little bit about, you know, how it's affected your work, like what you're doing, what your initiatives are. We have a, you know, football season that's happening in the midst of this. So I'd love to hear about that too. But first, I'd love to hear a little bit about how it's affected you and how you're shifting, and your work-life balance and those types of things with the pandemic.
Well, I have the greatest respect for teachers. I am a horrible homeschooler, and there would, thank God for Costco and really large bottles of wine, because I honestly am, yes, that the teachers in this world are phenomenal. And every child should go back to school, in my opinion. But I know we have to get through all this. So homeschooling was really tough. And but then the silver lining for me, and you and I talked about this, was that I actually got to have dinner with my kids, like, you know, for 3 months in a row, and that had not happened. And so to go downstairs, work, or, you know, stop working and go downstairs and have dinner and then come back up was, you know, and then they loved being around. Mom. And so that was really neat to hear and be, but it was also tough in a sense. And I think at first we were also nervous to Zoom, and also nervous to, you know, what is this new world like? And what are we going to do in March? And I'll never forget, I was on a call, football call, and I have, you know, our GM and Mark Murphy, our president, and our coach, and Ed Policy, our COO, and we're just sitting there, and I'm presenting. So first of all, I'm presenting with figuring out how to share, and I've got live streaming video, and so I'm plugged. I'm literally right next to the modem. Everything's off, because how many times have everybody on this call or in this conference has had their kid downloading Fortnite or updating Fortnite for 2 days, and you're wondering where the bandwidth is, and you're in the middle of a presentation. So I've unplugged every single thing in the house, and but my son is at the kitchen table, and he's doing a call with his teacher, and he sees the screen, and he walks up as I'm presenting and interrupts me during the presentation and says, "Mom, my teacher wants to talk to you." And I was like, "Justin, do you see Coach? Do you see this?" And he's like, "Oh, hi." And then, can you talk? "No, I can't really talk right now, Jack. And just tell her I'll call her back." "Well, will you look at the homework?" No, I'll do that later. So I'm watching, you know, Mark's grandfather, Brian Gudikins, our GM, is dying because he's got 4 children at home. And, you know, so I think from personal, the silver lining is now that, you know, yes, I got to be with them and we've grown closer. But now it's completely acceptable for my cat to walk across the screen, and, you know, so, you know, for your family to be in the background, we're A-okay. You know, at first we were first scared about showing our personal lives, even though the Kardashians and all the influencers have been doing this for years. Yeah. But now as regular people, you know, you actually get a taste of what's life. But on the professional world, this all hit, and it was right before the draft. And so I think we were really concerned, about because the NFL said, hey, let's have everybody show their backdraft. Let's do the draft. GMs need to be at home. The coaches need to be at home, and we actually tried to do different locations. Like we tried to get a conference room somewhere and go to a hotel because we were more concerned about privacy and kind of invasion of privacy and security. And so, and then the NFL kind of just opened the door and made it all acceptable. I mean, I think that the draft, seeing Roger in his basement, we were too busy looking at GM's homes, and then the children were in the scene, that I kind of said, okay, sports world, we can do this. We can all be, influencers in our own way and do this whole Zoom virtual streaming thing from our own kitchen. And now when you see us in a studio or you see me here, you're like, oh, well, that's not interesting. Like, it's more, I wanted to see, what the backdrop was or someone walk by. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, it's such an interesting topic that like now we this connection between the Kardashians and like how, that you're used to this, you sort of expect this intimacy. And I know athletes talk about this a lot, like how much they're sharing of their lives, and the distance between the fans and the game has actually gotten less in a weird way. Like, yes, they're not in the stadiums, but like there are these unique things that never would have happened. The virtual fans, the famous group was a part of bringing those virtual fans into Roger Goodell's basement there and having them be a part of the broadcast, having them, not only are we like in his basement, like as viewers, but fans are there, and part of the action, like, and I heard people say after that, on Twitter, people were like, this draft is awesome. Like, let's always do the draft this way, So I think it's really been a big thing, like for us at the Famous Group, of like, okay, this is scary. This is hard. We are a fan experience company. We live events are our bread and butter. How do we pivot? And we were really lucky in a certain sense, smart or lucky, probably a combo of both, that we had like invested in these technologies of bringing social content, live streams, virtual fans. We had all these partners in place and technology in place that we had developed, that we sort of like, oh, we can put this wire here and plug this in here. And oh my God, like we have like virtual fans. And it's been really exciting to see as dark and as scary as these times have been, how brands are innovating the fan experience, and what, and intimacy is a part of that, like just taking out the pretense, like taking out, the pomp and circumstance a little bit, and sort of, shrinking that distance in a weird way virtually. I wanted to ask a question. Like specifically about the game day experience and things you're thinking about. I was like, the Lambeau Leap. You can't leap into nothing. There's no fan arms there waiting for the Lambeau Leap. And so I wanted to see, what sort of innovations, either in the short term or how your short term thinking had to change, and then your long term, if there's longer terms that shifted your thinking of the game day experience and the fan experience.
And then I want to turn around and ask you what you're going to do for us. So,
yes.
I think all of this changes daily. I would have told you in September that we'd have fans by November, right? And now Green Bay has a spike. And so a month ago, I think we were just fan focused on safety and COVID, precautions and signage and, just all that awareness and what are we doing, the numbers and to get people here safely. And now with the spike, so there's kind of that pathway that, goes up and down. And I think from right now that this has shifted, our short term is, are the players energized? Are we working with you guys to create that fan mosaic to take that? Because, and I think all of us are kind of pivoting. A month ago when I asked the league to work with you guys on this, like, no, we have to figure this out ourselves. And I'm like, okay, that's great. And now we're together, and so I think we're all kind of evolving, but it's very fast. And there's no strategy almost behind it. We're just kind of spitballing, like, let's see if this sticks. Oh, that's really great. Let's grab that and go. And that's, I think, for everybody. I think, we all have to create content and engagement. And how are we doing that with the limited people and the limited staff And then, and how can we use resources like you guys to come and do the thinking for us, but within the realms of the league and with all the things that go with working in, individual leagues, whether it's the NBA, NHL or NFL. So I think, the long term is that connectivity with our fans. If we don't go back to live events, if we do, then I think, which I hope so, obviously, then how do we continue to engage with everybody else? Wow, because only 81,000 people can attend a live event. And
Yes.
so what this whole pandemic has done is opened the door to what we're doing today. So, someone could be here from, France listening, whatever time it is, or in Australia, and we have fans all over the world, and now they can engage and do things, So do we rethink, our TV shows and our content and different things? All, streaming now will be a whole nother avenue of retail or ROI, to be honest with you, because pretty soon I'm going to see a sponsorship somewhere on the screen. I'm absolutely certain. And so how do we monetize this whole virtual world we're now living in? And live events will still be where it is.
Yeah. I think that you hit the nail on the head with like, oh, this is actually an opportunity to bring in global fans, or just even people. It's like not everybody can get a ticket to go to a game, or and to see with displays and like you're saying with the celebration mirror and the players being able to see fans they wouldn't normally get to see. Like you said, somebody from France watching the game, if they can see them on a display, I mean, how magical is that? And I do think that is going to have longevity, and it's this new revenue stream, this new way of engagement that I think we're certainly super excited about at the Famous Group. And also just the shift also in the storytelling and that again back to that intimacy, and that for us, like making opening videos, a lot of times we don't have access to the players, or we don't have access to them in the same way. How do we tell the stories without certain things we're just have gotten used to having all of this access and things like that? And it's been a great exercise for us to really reconnect with storytelling and how we tell stories, how we connect with fans, how we get people amped up for game day without them being there. Can we still do that? And we can, and it's kind of magical to find out, and it feels like we're explorers, or we're discovering something new. So it's been a major silver lining through this, is to like find ways, and to on a personal level, pouring yourself into, there's work to do, so it is like a little bit of a distraction too, to have something to focus on and something to help with, when things feel like pretty hard out there, to okay, how can we continue to do what we do and make people happy, delight people, at the end of the day. That's really what it is we're trying to entertain and delight and bring new experiences to people. So
Lauren, talk about what you're doing with WWE, because I want to figure out how we marry that with, an NFL game, because I think there's something there down the road to connect.
Yeah. I mean, the WWE built an amazing place, the WWE Thunderdome, and the thought and the design, the amount of people in that partnership is immense, and it took a lot to bring that all together. But for our part of it, it was like, how do we bring over 1,000 fans into these matches? And not only are they there, but they're engaging. That the latency is fast. So there's all these technical questions we have to figure out. That when they see something, they can react to it, and the athletes, they can look at them, and there's that interactivity part of it.
Sure.
There's also that fan experience part of it, where we have moderators, we have people, we had to build everything, from the ground up, getting invitations, getting how people see the stream, how they see themselves, how they're hearing from moderators, getting them amped up, getting them, I mean, it was like, we just the circus came to town, and we were like building it. And so I think what we've learned from that is that, you know, there's many moving parts to make this work. It's not as simple as like, oh, just plug in, you know, your Zoom call to an LED screen and then it works.
HDMI cord, here you go.
Yeah. It takes, there's a lot of moving parts, and and it has to work for the unique situation. Like WWE is obviously very unique and very different from the NFL in a lot of ways. But I think, you know, what we're doing with the broadcast with NFL Mosaic, it's in this really high-end sort of 3D world that we've built. So it feels like it's really seamless with the broadcast. It feels like we're elevating the fans and they're really a part of that broadcast experience and that game day experience. We're trying to bring it to the field and to, you know, displays and game day experience. So it's made for that as well. So we are thinking about that. And I think it's like you said, like there's so many moving parts that, like, you were ready to do this. It sounds like back in, you know, March, you were like, well, we're going to bring fans in somehow. Yeah. And then, so everybody needed to get together and put this, you know, put this puzzle together to make this work. Does it work for the players, first of all, and the coaches? Sure. Does it work for, you know, the actual facility? Does it work for sponsors? Does it work for who all does it work for? And now how do we implement it? So as far as, like, I think we're on the way, like the NFL is starting to do this now. And I think it's going to just develop over time. And it's a little bit of that wait and see game too. Like, are we going to have fans? Will the NFL be building, you know, displays within the stands? We want to really bring because to me, that's a unique thing, is seeing the fans in the feed, the live feed, I'm seeing players and I'm seeing virtual fans at the same time. That's like a magical sort of combination, to me. And also, it's just for the fans, it's such a unique experience. Like, I'm on TV, I see myself, or, oh, I'm seeing my hero, I'm seeing my favorite player, and they're looking at me. That's a unique thing. The other thing too is that with the U.S. Open, where we're bringing family members back into their.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, because we obviously are trying this, and coach said no because of the distraction. So the player looks and sees his parents. You know, we want him to pay attention.
Yes.
You know, so how do we do that? And maybe the family members are just there for the intros. Yeah. And then, you know, we kick them off the screen because the focus has to be there. Yep. Yeah. No, I love that you guys are already thinking about that, because I'm there with you. Cool. It's gonna be fantastic. And then how can you? I know you have to be at a laptop, but how can we do this on the TV? Yes. I think that's the thing. Yeah. And of course, our fans asked, well, can we drink? Like, you know, Packers, like, they just need, can we have cheeseburgers and Miller? Like, can we? You know, yes, I pimped a sponsor. Sorry.
Yeah, it's on the brain.
Yeah.
Well, we could talk forever. I know. But we have some great questions that I want to bring in. We have a little Q&A session. So this first question: sports, especially American sports such as baseball and football, have increased their international reach, expanding to new audiences. Do you think that this may in the future create more career opportunities for women outside the United States?
Absolutely. Actually, the NFL has started an international home marketing, HMA is what they call it, home marketing aspect, I think. I can't remember what the acronym means. But so it's actually being voted on, I believe, in December, and where we will apply to have a presence in an international country. So, you know, what is our focus? I think it's Canada for sure, because we border there. Germany and probably England. So we're working to understand what would happen if we had a presence in these countries, and how do we create fandom there, and then also understanding each country and each area. You know, when you think of China, and with, I don't know how to say this properly, is it Weibo or Weibo? Their whole social media platform is completely different than, you know, the country Germany. And how they access media and how they digest sports in their country. And so the NFL is working on opportunities. So I can't just go run and grow into another market. You know, we have very set parameters and where we all need to be. We're not anywhere near the NBA, where the NBA is. I mean, they are leaders in that industry. And they've done a phenomenal job, but I can speak for the NFL, and we're toe dipping and we're getting there, but we move slowly.
Yeah, and you got Mexico as well as another, you know,
yes,
market.
Yep. And so it is another market, but we also are respectful to Dallas and Tech, Texas. There's other teams that are there. And so we know that. I mean, we have a lot of fans in that area, but we're also, the league is permitting us to pick a couple. So we don't want to rain on other teams' parades.
This question, I think we touched on this a little bit, but this is specifically about Gen Z. So how can brands that have been around for hundreds of years stay relevant and attract the Gen Z demographic without sacrificing the brand identity? And we talked a little bit about your market research with your kids, but do you have specific thinking about Gen Z and reaching them?
And so what you and I talked about was the Gen Z, they don't, they follow what's hip and happening. They do not follow, and Lorna, you and I were joking that my son picks Lamar Jackson on his fantasy team, and I had to remind him who was paying his room and board with the Green Bay Packers. And so, you do know that the Packers pay our mortgage, honey. And no, Mom, I have Jones, but so it's who's relevant. It's who they're talking about while he's playing Fortnite. Or who's watching on Twitch. So I think reaching out to that Gen Z group is something that keeps me up at night. And so it does. And how do we get involved in e-gaming, and how do we get involved in the world, the social media influencers, because that's all my daughter follows. And, I can go into the whole teen social media influencer world and, and what's relevant in that, and how do we get into that space? So we need to grow and pivot. We'll probably be slower than other teams, but we'll do enough research and we'll watch and see how, someone like the Ravens or someone like the Cowboys, who are always innovating at what they do first and what they toe dip in. But we'll move a little slower than others, but we are working through it. And I just think you just have to stay current. You have to know. You have to do your homework and do the research and analytics. And we might not move on it, or you may not see us moving on it because it's behind the scenes.
I think that's wise. You can't pretend to be somebody you're not. You can't be like that meme with Steve Buscemi where he's got like a skateboard and he's like, "Hey, fellow kids,"
Right.
You don't want that. That is not good. But there is a way to do it. I think that's smart. More organically. I don't see the Packers as a stodgy brand at all. I think young people, they appreciate this longevity or heritage or those kind of things. That doesn't not resonate with young people. But I think it's just really keeping an eye out for how to do that in a way that is still sort of speaking their language. So to me, it doesn't feel impossible at all. I just think your approach, that sounds really smart, that it's really about not trying too hard, being, thinking, caring, moving forward, but not trying to fake it because you don't need to.
Authentic, be authentic. They're not going to jump on board if you're not authentic.
Absolutely. So, they are hounds for that. They feel it as soon as you're faking it. It's kind of amazing. And maybe that is something having to do with, social media and how much fakeness there is. And maybe that's why they film filters and video filters, because it makes things feel real or tangible and not so overly digital. I think about that a lot. I'm an older millennial, so I'm definitely getting on the older end of things. So I'm in that position now too, where I'm like, what are the kids like, and why? And, so it's always evolving. And I just think it's endlessly fascinating too. So I think also as long as you're curious about it and fascinated about it, instead of being this is how it should be done, then you're going to find success in that space. You don't have to fake it. Again, if you're just standing in your truth and
Sure.
You're real.
And I think brands have to be willing to learn though. Sometimes we don't, sometimes we're just okay, again, this works, we're going to just move forward. But to be innovative, I think you have to continue to educate yourself on what's out there. We were talking about Twitch, and I'm like, how does somebody sell their bathwater and make a fortune? The things that happen on Twitch, you're like, really? This person is making money off of just in their basement playing an instrument. And someone get me a guitar and a microphone. I'd like to see what happens. I mean, like, honestly. So
Yes.
I think just having an open mind, but continually learning and being open to change and open to educating yourself and others. You know, you might be working with colleagues that, you know, will not get it or do not understand, but there's generations of, you know, younger generations in your teams that do get it. You know, I have no problem going to somebody, you know, one of our young media coordinators and going, okay, can you help me understand this better?
Yes.
Not,
Yes.
I don't get it. I'm not, you know, or I mean, you know, I'll be honest, the TikTok took me a little bit, you know. So we're understanding Snapchat, or, you know, that's where I went to my kids, you know, help me get in here and help me understand this better. Oh, by the way, and then give me your passwords to your accounts.
Right. I'm watching.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm watching. Mhm.
I follow I talk about a lot the curiosity, beginner mindset and curiosity, and like that driving you forward and not being afraid to say, I don't know something, and
Right.
like, oh, I get to learn something new. How awesome is that? How exciting is that? So, I totally vibe with that. And I see Emily popping in.
No.
Yes, guys, thank you
Burden.
guys so much for joining us. I'm still laughing at your comment, Lauren, where you brought up the Steve Buscemi meme. That just made me laugh so much. But thank you guys so much. It was so fun listening to your conversation and hearing about all of your experiences, Gabrielle. I'm curious, where does you mentioned that you and your husband have both, you know, worked for multiple sports teams over the years. So on game day, is there, you know, a conflict of interest in the family? Who are we rooting for?
No, because his family's from Wisconsin.
Okay. Oh, that works out.
Yes.
Okay.
So now
green
I'm in
stays
the
me
will.
through.
Yep.
Yes.
No. Yeah, they bleed green and gold. So we never even told his parents that I was interviewing. And when we told them, they almost passed out. They were completely floored.
Oh my God.
Well,
That's
they just asked me if I was pregnant, and then that was not okay. And then we told me, no, it's like, why are you both calling us? Why is something wrong? You know. So
Everyone had
they bleed green and gold.
too funny. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. We really appreciate it and hope to have you guys back again soon.
All right.
So much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, what a great conversation with Gabrielle and Lauren. So glad to have them join us today. We still have a great lineup of speakers ahead, so we'll move right into our next session. We have Christina Hull joining us. Christina is the head of experiential marketing at Verizon, and her session will be moderated by Autumn Nazarian, the senior vice president of Mindshare. Hi, how are you?
Hello. Hi.
Hi, well, over to you guys. Thanks so much for being here, and excited for your session.
Thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Well, hello there, Christina. Nice to see your face.
Hi, Autumn.
Let's have a fun conversation here. So first up, let's start out with the fun stuff. Who's your favorite team? What's your favorite sport?
All right, so that's an easy one. I love hockey, and I absolutely love the New York Rangers. So for those of you who are New York Rangers fans, you may be as sad as I am over the last 24 hours. I'm not afraid to admit that part of my fandom was around Henrik Lundqvist. And so with him leaving, I can't imagine watching the Rangers without him. But yeah, it's my favorite sport and team.
Excellent. So tell us your career origin story. How did you get into sports marketing and experiential marketing?
So my story was a lot of hard work, some luck, and some really great mentors and bosses. But I came right out of college. I graduated from Rutgers University. And almost immediately, my mother was like, so you're going to start paying your health insurance. You're going to start paying your car insurance. And so I scurried very quickly to get a job. And I was fortunate to land at AT&T at a time where there was this new sponsorship organization that was forming. And it was a really long time ago. So it was really in the beginning stages of the sponsorship industry. And so I was an assistant to a really phenomenal lady boss, and she really impacted my career, but my life in what I was able to learn from her. As a woman in sports, as a leader, and the way she, really conducted herself. So Mary Reiling Spencer, if anybody knows her out there, she was amazing. She is amazing. She went on to the NBA and killed it over there. She led marketing in NBA Asia, then came back to the States and was the vice president of marketing at the NBA. She's at Wasserman. She's co-president of WISE, Women in Sports, for the Raleigh chapter. So that's my story. That's how I started.
Excellent. And so now you're at Verizon. Tell us about your role.
So my role here at Verizon is I lead the experiential marketing, and that is across all consumer, business, and corporate. So it encompasses sports, entertainment, industry events, trade shows, corporate events. And I lead a team of 26.
Wow. So tell us a little bit about experiential. Do you have a philosophy around the idea of experience in terms of the consumer or the fan?
So for experiential marketing, another great terminology that has come around is really engagement marketing. It's really about the engagement, and it's the moment in time in marketing where consumers or customers really get to engage with the brand. So for me, all the experience really has to be impactful enough that consumers, fans will want to interact, will want to engage with the brand, whether they're at a live event or now in a virtual sense, and really be able to take something away from it. So really get them to have an action that stems from that experience.
And how do you see that as being, vital to a healthy marketing mix for a brand?
Yeah. So again, I think, post-COVID a little different, but it was always an important mix, right? I do think that, like I said, it's that moment of that true engagement. It could be hands-on. It's when the consumer or fan really gets to know your brand, understand what what you're representing, what you're selling. So it's important because you're not going to get that so much in a TV ad or in a billboard out of home. So it's a one-on-one with the consumer.
Absolutely. So I have to call out one of the campaigns that I know that you've worked on that was really inspiring to me, and that was the team that wouldn't be there, and a really amazing piece of sports marketing. Can you tell us about that project, how it came to be, and some of the process that your team utilized to build something that was just, so emotional and authentic?
Sure. Well, thank you very much. There was a lot of people that came together to pull that together, including, our agency, McCann. But so that one came about when, we are focused as a company on first responders as a core audience, core segment for us, the way our network supports first responders and public safety and the entire public sector. Super important. And so we started to dive into, all right, what are we going to do for a full NFL season? What are we going to do in the playoffs? And you start to do all of that management of what you're going to do and activate. And so we came up with a really emotional campaign in building out the team that wouldn't be here, which is really a representation of a full team and a coach who had their lives saved by a first responder. And we dove in and built a content series around that, from both the player's perspective as well as the first responders' perspective. And, it did resonate with a lot of folks, and it was really impactful. We also, donated, to, the first responder organizations in support, so that there's funding that went directly to, organizations that needed new equipment. But that ended up culminating in a Super Bowl spot with Coach Anthony Lynn, where we actually surprised him. He was really emotional. He was hit by a car, hit and run, going 50 miles an hour. 2 police officers were a block away, heard the impact and went over. Like, to actually have heard the impact, it was crazy. But we reunited him. He was surprised. He didn't know we were going to do that. We captured it for the spot for the Super Bowl. And it was just a really emotional campaign that connected, our public sector with the sport.
Do you find that fans and consumers are more and more hungry to see kind of behind the curtain and really view the humanity of these heroes in sports?
Well, I have to say yes, because the overwhelming response that we got with that campaign around seeing the pro players and the coach be real in their stories and relatable, because, sadly, a lot of us are impacted by accidents, and you really rely on first responders. So it was a story that really resonated. And I think now in post-COVID, what we're seeing is on social media and just, even in the sidelines of broadcasts and stuff, is the players being really real. Like, you're starting to see real stories. They're struggling with homeschooling just like we are, trying to do everything. They're, wearing masks, and so we're all in it together. And I think it's the first time that everybody is on the same kind of level playing field with this pandemic.
Absolutely. So, we're here at a Women in Sports Summit, and so I thought it'd be appropriate to ask you a bit of a personal question. If you could share with us maybe one positive and one negative experience you've had as a female leader in sports marketing. We'd just love to hear, kind of your perspective.
Okay. So, I consider myself lucky in that I've had a lot of positive experiences, and as I talked about my first boss, but was lucky enough to have male bosses and mentors who were allies to me, who were champions for me. So I do feel lucky, but I have seen my colleagues, my female colleagues, and other phenomenal women in the industry get passed over for different things. And that's hard. It's been hard to watch, but I think, we're all moving in the right direction. A real negative that I experienced was, I knew it then, but, years later now, still looking back, it's still like, there's something that boils up in me, but was in a meeting with some male executives, and I was presenting. And in presenting, I was starting to give a little bit of my background for some of the credibility of what it was I was about to present. And I was cut off by a male exec to kind of just cut me off, and was like, Christina, you don't look a day out of your 20s. And so I paused for a moment and was like, it's an interesting compliment. So I was like, thank you, and just continued to move on in the presentation, but was interrupted 2 more times with the same comment, with this just like total shock amongst him. Like, how could this even be true? So I knew then and now that it was a moment where I was being a bit discredited. I was being a bit like my experience, like I was being diminished in the room. And I was vocal. I took a moment of pause and said, every time, I appreciate it, but every time you say that, you're kind of discrediting me. And then it was followed by a very awkward moment of silence. But it's interesting because I got that moment of silence, but when he interrupted me 3 times, that wasn't silence. So that one has stuck with me for many years.
Yep. And I would assume that, as a woman in sports, you've had wonderful female mentors or bosses along the way. Do you yourself do any mentoring? And if so, are there any, key pieces of advice that you usually put out there in terms of, being a successful woman in what has been and can be a more male-dominated field?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I love being a champion. For other women, I love mentoring. And I really do, because I had it in my career, I do want to pay that forward. So some of what my advice has been is to try and stay true to yourself. Like, staying true to yourself is super important. We can get lost in this industry trying to be something or appear as something that we're not, but while trying to stay true to yourself, but also be aware of what you're walking into, aware of the meeting you're going into, aware of the events that you're at, and just be aware of yourself. But with that, also build relationships. I think that a lot of as women, we need to build really strong relationships amongst ourselves. And male allies, but champion each other. That's what I would say. Let's not tear each other down, but that's part of what I try and advise.
Thanks for that. So pivoting from the business more to the marketing side, are you seeing more opportunities for brands to lean into sponsoring or doing experiential with female sports and athletes?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of a push in this area. Thankfully, I think that there's different organizations like See Her, that and Wise and Women in Sports. Like, everybody's there to. I think number one, we really got to get representation of the women's sports on broadcast, a lot more exposure there. Because with that then comes the brand support, and with that becomes more female hero athletes for our younger girls to look up to, want to be them. So I think that's been shifting. I know there's a lot of work there. I know that we have a long way to go. I know there's a lot of really amazing female athletes pushing for that, and leaders of the leagues in doing so. So, and a lot of brands that want to support. So hopefully it continues.
Absolutely. We're seeing the same things. So fingers crossed. And I agree with you. See Her is huge. See her, be her, right?
Yes.
So I have to ask the obvious question. So you're head of experiential and a pandemic happens. Tell us about what this year has looked like for you and how it's impacted your business.
I think for all of us, this has been 2020 has been quite a year. I think, it started off, really busy, and we start off with Super Bowl, and we really went all out in the beginning of this year on that. Really having a big local presence, and then COVID hit, and things came to a screeching halt. But it really has forced all of us to really think about the fan experience in a different way. really try and lean into what are some of the things that are now missing when you can't be at a live event. Part of that is sharing a live event with your friends or your family, because that's what you do. You go there together. You have camaraderie with the fellow spectators. So, on our end, with Yahoo, we stood up, some tech and application around Watch Together, which is, co-viewing experience. So I think you start to see a lot more of that thinking. How do we also expand, virtual programs and reach more people than maybe I would if I had just activated on site. So we're trying to tap into a lot of different ways to continue really driving the fan experience as we even get into 2021.
Absolutely. In a safe way, of course.
Yeah.
Safety first. And that actually leads to my next question, which is that planning for next year, particularly next year, is so complicated. What are some of the things you're thinking about? Are you thinking through plan A, plan B, plan C? How are you approaching, the development of 2021?
Yeah. I think it's all different plans that I think everybody's struggling with, because and I think some of the sessions today, we have to be true partners to all the leagues and the teams out there, because they're every day it changes for them, and what was planned back in June for September has been scrapped, and so you're going almost week by week of what is the impact in a city, in a location, in a venue, and then again, how many spectators could get in there and what you can actually do. So we are thinking of, different plans as we approach 2021, physical, virtual, hybrid, kind of everything. And just sticking super close with our partners on what we're going to be able to execute.
Yeah. Do you have any predictions? That's kind of a mean question, right?
I predict that we're never going to know far enough in advance. But I do predict a lot of uncertainty as we hit 2021 and, post-election, all of the stuff that's going on in our country right now. So, but I remain optimistic. I think all of us as brands, as agencies, as sports and leagues, we're learning a lot right now in a really short amount of time that I think is going to have impact, not only in 2021, but also beyond.
Yeah, definitely. So I wanted to ask you, who do you admire that's out in the marketplace right now? Are there any brands in 2020 or before 2020, because it is an outlier? Are there any brands that you feel are killing it in sports marketing?
Well, I have to say, and kudos to Bud Light. NFL Draft was, one of the first events coming up during COVID. They, definitely executed a virtual draft, and that was amazing. But the Bud Light campaign of Boo the Commish, taking something that was such a live experience every time he got up on that stage, to have the commissioner actually be such a good sport, play along with it, have that hashtag out there. They got a ton of audience at social media. Campaign was phenomenal. I thought that was great. Also the money went to charity as well. So just again, that one was clever and funny. But I also, kudos to Microsoft and really igniting the Microsoft teams in that category, because what they're doing with the fans, the mosaic that they do is really, really great.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we talk about the future of experiential, there's a lot of conversation about frictionless, ticketless, things like that. How do you see experiential ever being exactly like it was before 2020? Or do you think that it will evolve? Curious what you think.
Well, I think experiential might have changed forever. 100%. I think some of the work that's being done now for venues and stadiums and the frictionless, touchless, all of that, it's going to change forever. Like there's no going back. Like once you've experienced a fully digital, from the time you purchase a ticket through your entire experience throughout an event, it's pretty hard to go back to think, all right, I'm going to go get that physical ticket. I'm going to wait in this line. I'm going to, get through the ticket reader. And I think it's hard. I think we're all trained so quickly, even just from your personal life of how you order food. Everything was stood up so quickly for transactions, and this idea of curbside pickup and everything. I think a lot of that's transferred over into events. So I think the fan experience in general has changed and will continue to evolve through technology and networks. And then of course in experiential, we have to keep up with it. We have to keep
no more tchotchkes, right?
Yeah. I don't know. No more like big goggles going on your head at an event. Not sure people are going to be comfortable with that.
Right. So you talked a little bit about technology. What excites you about the future of sports marketing in terms of technology? Go past 2020, regardless of the rainy day, plan A, plan Bs. What's really exciting you about the future?
So I think it's just what we've been talking about is the fan experience changing. I think. The way technology, how quick, right? We can stand up things and how massive the impact could be through technology and through the speed of selfishly for the networks being able to enable these things happening. I think from a broadcast standpoint, again, it's, we're viewing things differently. We're consuming media differently now as well. And so I think those things are going to continue to evolve. I think we're going to see some really amazing advancements in technology that give fans a lot more of an immersive experience, like feeling like you're right there. I do see that. And I think it's exciting.
Absolutely. And being at Verizon, I'm sure there's some technology that, 5G and some of those things that are definitely going to play into all of that.
For sure. Yep.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
It is. So in a pre-COVID world, how do you usually measure success for experiential?
So, we, again, with this idea of experiential really being engagement marketing, it was really measuring the impact of the engagements, amount of engagements and the level of engagement. Have we resonated enough with the consumer that's going to drive an action, whether it's, traffic to a store or .com, or will they look at their own Verizon plans differently and upgrade, add lines, acquire new customers. So it's really about, we were, focused on deepening that relationship with existing customers. And then, of course, trying to bring in new. I don't think that really changes post-COVID. It's just the way we go about it, obviously, is a little bit different.
Got it. And has the pivot to these more virtual experiences this year tied experiential more tightly to to media, like to more traditional media?
Both. I mean, we've been trying to, like everybody, like stand up, virtual events, that can stand on their own. We are leaning into our sports partners because with sports and the broadcast and the revenue stream that they have with broadcast, they're still able to play games and continue versus music, which is separate in entertainment. So we are leaning into what does the broadcast look like, and like I said, with Yahoo and this co-viewing experience, second screen experience really is important. And I think that's some of the we've had to jump in and try and bring to fans. Oh.
No worries. Uh-oh, we're having technical difficulties. Let's give Christina just a second here.
I'm good. That's new printer.
New printer, of course. So Christina, I have some questions from the audience that have come in, and I'm gonna go through a few of these. So if you could attend an in-person sporting event right now, what would it be?
If the Rangers had made it to the Stanley Cup, I would have would have been there. I would be at a hockey game.
Absolutely. So this next question, so sports, especially American sports, such as baseball and football, have increased their international reach, expanding to new audiences. Do you think that this may in the future create more career opportunities for women outside of the United States?
That is a great question. And I hope so. I think that with some of the, some of the effects of COVID and this expansion that we're seeing, I think it does open up opportunities. And I think that right now with, a lot of brands and a lot of organizations in the sports leaning into women and advancing, I think, it is a great opportunity, and probably one that there will open up opportunities for us.
The more of us there are, the more, we'll be welcome, right? So this is a great question. How did your journey lead you to a sports role? Do you enjoy watching, or did you play previously?
Okay, so like I said, it was the fear of not being able to pay my car insurance that led me to Rush. I was a communications major. They didn't have the sports marketing major when I was in college, but they had communications, and I thought PR was going to be my route. But I needed a job, and this one came up, and I made it through the interview. And that is actually how I got into it. And my first sports roles were supporting, NBA, Hoop It Up, for you, those of you who remember that grassroots program, and the Olympics. So I was really lucky. I learned so much. My career did move around a bit, like from sports to entertainment and music, and now back at Verizon, where I get to manage both, which is really, really exciting.
Okay, I'm asking this question. So you work in both entertainment, music, and sports. What differences do you see in those fan bases? Is there something about sports that's really interesting, or that goes to a different level?
Well, I mean, fandom is fandom, and you can find, I got to say that it's equal, because we know and we embrace those super fans. that are at those games, that are dressed up in their colors, whether it's soccer, football, baseball, like they are the super fans. But then from a music standpoint, I got to tell you, we did an experience with Shawn Mendes, and the super fans of Shawn Mendes were lined up, a day before. They were screaming the loudest. So I think that it's pretty equal.
Yeah,
I'm personally a Shawn Mendes fan, so that sounds like it was a great experience.
Great.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today. What a fantastic session. Loved hearing your career journey, Christina, and we hope to have you both join us again. Thank you for moderating, Autumn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Autumn.
All right.
Have a good rest of your day.
Bye.
Well, everyone, we have 3 more fantastic fireside chats over the next few hours. So grab another cup of coffee and settle in. A reminder to our audience to make sure to use our hashtag BILivecast in your social posts throughout the day. We'd love to see what you're sharing. Next up, we're going to be joined by Cindy Nguyen, the Senior Vice President of Enterprise Programs at Bank of America. Cindy brings over 23 years of experience working in the automotive, CPG, retail, insurance, and financial services spaces. And her session will be moderated by Rachel Tuffney, the Executive Vice President of Enterprise Programs at Bank of America. That's incorrect. Sorry. EVP of Dynamics USA. So sorry. Welcome to the stage, Cindy and Rachel.
Thank you so much, Emily. And it's great. Thank you so much, Brand Innovators team. So can you hear me, first of all? Awesome. Hi, Cindy. Can you hear me?
It would help if I took myself off mute. I can hear you just fine.
No problems. Thank you so much, Emily, and all of the Brand Innovators team. I am very excited to be here to talk to Cindy Nguyen, who is the SVP of Enterprise Programs at Bank of America. So I connected with Cindy a couple of days ago, and Cindy mentioned a quote from Nelson Mandela, which really resonated to me. And I just wanted to share this as the opening to our conversation today. And the quote goes like this: "Sports can create hope where once there was only despair. It's more powerful than governments in breaking down racial barriers, and it laughs in the face of discrimination." And I think that is such a powerful quote. So, Cindy, great to see you.
Well, thank you, Rachel. I am getting a note from your team that I might be connected to the wrong camera, and I don't know what that is about.
You look great.
Okay. All right. We'll just go for it then.
Sure, no problems. So I think the best place to start would be for you to give us a little bit more information about you. I would love to hear about your background and especially your journey at Bank of America. So I think that would be a great starting point.
Yeah, so I joined Bank of America about 19 years ago in 2001 as a part of the firm's new brand and advertising group. As crazy as it sounded, they did not have basically a marketing team. They had basically a homegrown team, so people that had, been tellers, that had an interest in marketing, that were growing their career. But as the company grew and there were more opportunities for the brand called Bank of America to grow, they really wanted to bring in consumer packaged goods marketers from outside that had a lot of depth of experience to grow the brand. So I essentially came from a boutique e-commerce shop, Lee Burnett, in Chicago. And it was crazy. I didn't have any prior experience in financial services. I wasn't a client-side marketer. I honestly had a good bit of trepidation about moving to Charlotte, North Carolina, which was way smaller and less diverse than it is today. Certainly different than a Chicago, which at the time was what I was used to. I've really grown my career at Bank of America within marketing roles spanning a number of disciplines and focus areas, but I would say my core competency, depth of experience, and passion lays in a combination of brand strategy and particularly how sponsorship marketing contributes to growing brands.
Really interesting. So you didn't start off, it really has been an evolution through the sort of process at Bank of America specifically.
Yes, that's right. I've had, I would say, I've been a center of excellence within marketing over the course of my career with depth of experience, I would say, in a combination of digital brand strategy and sponsorship marketing. I definitely have experience as an integrator, right? So across the entire spectrum. But I would say in terms of where I've got a lot of experience, it would be in those three areas.
Amazing. And what was the decision-making shift over to sports? Have you always been very actively you're obviously a sports fan. I will ask you what your favorite sports team is later, but how did that work? What made you do that jump over to sports marketing?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I was, within Bank of America, I was a really strong marketer within our consumer marketing group. And there was an opportunity that popped up in sponsorship. And it was very much of a lateral move where I had the opportunity to really skyrocket within consumer marketing. And there were, a good number of leaders that told me, why would you even consider that? Why would you go over to sponsorships? And I think inherently, I've always had a passion for experiences. And just in terms of where you started, there's very little out there that can connect people the way that sports and entertainment does. It is a passion point for people. And so to basically build experiences where there's already that natural connection and passion, that to me there was a lot of opportunity there. And so that's really why I made the decision to go over and figure out more about what sports marketing was all about. And I think that was right around 2005 or so. So I've been at it around sports marketing for almost 15 years now.
Wow, that's amazing. It's really interesting because, I currently work in a performance-based media. So I'm very much about sort of the ROI, what's the CPA goals, and very sort of analytical data. But, when sports marketing, it's all about the connection. It's that connectivity, and to have that passion and that emotional feeling with a sports brand, a team, etc. I mean, that is fantastic. I mean, I just love that kind of whole experiential, that you can get so much more out of it and people will really recognize, and you can create a connection, as I said. So I think one of my big questions is that, you shifted over into more of the experiential, specifically into sports. At what point did you kind of notice that maybe you were the only female at the table of these conversations? Was it something you kind of knew going into, or was it something that you didn't really think about? How did that happen?
In all honesty, I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, early on in my days in sports and entertainment marketing, especially on the sports side, I noticed it immediately. It's hard, not to, whether it's a conference, whether it's, a meeting at MLB, not to pick on MLB, right? But wherever you are, it's hard not to notice that you are one of the very few females in the room. And this sounds terrible, but I almost forgot about it because it became so normal to me to be the only female a lot of the times in the room. And then I had an experience where I was at a end of the year recap going into 2020 strategy planning session. with one of our key sponsors. And afterwards, I had a couple of young women come up to me. They're probably, the more unseasoned, younger teammates. They were there taking notes, really observing the conversation. And they just essentially said to me that, they look up to me, that it's so great to see women leaders in sports. The perspective that I gave in the room is so much closer to the way they think and the way that they would contribute and make decisions if they were given the opportunity to. And that just made me stop again. Like, I just realized once again that it's important that women in sports and in leadership positions remember that there's room to go. There's work we have to do to keep paving the way for women who want to be in sports, whether it's on the field or off the field. We've got work to do, right, to make sure that anybody that wants the opportunity to play or be in management in sports is reflected and feels like they've got all the opportunity in the world to do that.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. And what sort of advice do you think would you give someone, especially who may be wanting to shift careers and now switch more into the sports marketing, or, young people who are really looking to aspire to get into these more sort of experiential sports leadership roles? What sort of advice would you give them right now based on sort of, where we are in the world as well?
Yeah, it's so interesting because in all candor, my career trajectory, I've never been able to plan it. I know I definitely, as a young person, aspired to be in advertising. I wanted to make commercials for TV. That was as much as I knew as an 18-year-old. And I was like, oh, okay, well, journalism, communications, that all makes sense. That might get me there.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a curiosity. Remain curious, right? And if you've got opportunities to network with people doing sports marketing, that's always a good opportunity. If you've got opportunities to intern, right, with the agencies out there that are in the business, if you've got opportunities to volunteer around any properties, I think it's just remaining curious, being open to the opportunities, and when and if you get the chance, and even if it seems like maybe not the most natural path for you to take, if that's what you're passionate about and interested in, go for it. See where it takes you.
I mean, it's really interesting as well, because I have worked in marketing for a major financial corporation as well. And, I've had a lot of communication actually with financial advisors. So, but within these sort of pockets, verticals of industries, there is a real lack of representative for women. So I agree with you, sort of like the connectivity, bringing us together. How can we support one another? And, the mentee, the mentor, I think also is just a really great way to kind of build upon a network and to really expand your knowledge base as well. So I'm just going to shift slightly here because, I know that obviously the world has changed pretty considerably as well since March. So I would love to hear a little bit about what and how you did shift, and obviously working for a major organization, how did you make and pivot those changes so quickly and rapidly with something that really happened overnight?
Yeah, this is a really good and interesting question, and I'm sure so many brands have been in the seat of having to tackle it. We essentially were 10 days away from launching a campaign, an MLB campaign into market when opening day was supposed to happen originally at the end of March. We had TV commercials that were done. We had experiential in mind for in-stadium. We had social in the can. Everything was essentially done. And 10 days before that was all supposed to roll out, COVID hit, and you started to have a sense of how big the pandemic was going to be and how much hardship it was going to create. And the work overnight, like from a Friday to a Monday, became irrelevant. I mean, I just can't even say it another way. Like, it just did not feel right anymore. And I think we were resilient, self-aware, brave, all those things to know that it wasn't right, and to say, okay, we've got to go back and huddle and figure out, should we even be activating on our sponsorship investments this year? Is that the right way forward? And in some cases, the answer was no. It doesn't make sense to activate. And in other ways, it was like, let's go virtual. And then in the case of MLB, it was, there's an opportunity here. It's just different. Mm-hmm. So just going back to it being an incredibly different year, we felt it was important to recognize the really unique moment. And all of our brand efforts this year, inside and outside of baseball for Bank of America, have really been about finding a way to help people look to tomorrow with some optimism and hope. We all know what a hard environment this is, right? But people need and want to feel like they're going to know how to move forward when they feel ready to do so. And what does that look like? So the real spark for our MLB campaign this year came from an understanding. In July, when baseball was getting ready to restart again, that Americans wanted to come together. Like, we had been shuttered away for, at this point, for months. And what does beginning again look like? And so one of the things we decided early on was to really lean into our relationship with Major League Baseball. And we also both had a shared relationship with the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. So it gave us a real opportunity to not only rally around baseball, the return of America's sport, but it also gave us a chance to think about how to bring together Americans around the sport, even though the stadiums are closed, no real fans in the stadiums, right? But how can we still come together in a way that makes a difference? So for us, we essentially stood up a campaign called Let's Rally. And it's much more than advertising. It's, really about baseball's timeless call to let's rally. It has obviously added significance and meaning in a year like this. Mm-hmm. And it was really about celebrating the comeback of not only baseball, but the nation as well. And we didn't want to do it in a way that was obviously tone deaf. Like, we've got a lot of work to do as a country to come back, not only from the pandemic, but we've got racial injustice, we've got natural disasters like fires, right? There's so much to come back from, but where you can still help communities recover, you should. And that's what our baseball programming really became about all year, is how can we rally with fans and through baseball to help specifically kids that are members of Boys and Girls Clubs of America to recover. So it became a number of ways to raise money for Boys and Girls Clubs of America, everything from Bank of America donating $10,000 for every rally game that happens throughout the season. So, anytime a team came back from behind, the bank donated $10,000 So it gave people out there a reason to cheer for comeback wins more than you would ever do. We also partnered with a player from each of the 30 MLB teams, and they worked with us to design basically a T-shirt reflective of their own personalities, what's special about their team, what's special about their market. So we had this very custom collection of 30 T-shirts, which the players went out there and promoted. And essentially net proceeds from those shirts went to Boys and Girls Clubs of America as well. And I think the big one, I would say, in terms of a pivot and just being responsive to your environment, was essentially the unrest that we've seen around police brutality. Our company, Bank of America, has always been very committed to making sure that there is racial and economic mobility. And so when everything was going on this summer, we thought again, it's like we've got to, as a brand and as someone that can be a catalyst to having conversations and making progress, what do we want to do in this space? And so we found an opportunity to, again, partner with, this time, ESPN and Boys and Girls Clubs of America to stand up a conversation around breaking barriers. It was all about the intersection of race and baseball. And we invited a number of really big names in baseball to join the conversation and have a really open dialogue about race in baseball. And we took questions from teams from the Boys and Girls Clubs of America, and it was a striking conversation. Like, it was important to the teams in so many ways, from essentially comments like, they know it's rare to see a Black player in baseball. Like, it still is, and that's incredible. To, we talked in that conversation about the Negro Leagues, because it's the 100th anniversary of the Negro Leagues. And there's this incredible proud history of how Black American ball players have contributed to what is baseball in MLB today. And there's so much pride in that sort of history, all the way to, the teams just saying, hearing from current players, and even though they're celebrities, they still struggle with issues stemming from race today. So much of the conversation was important. And we feel great about that, honestly, as a brand, to be able to be catalyst to moments like that potentially make a lot of people uncomfortable. But again, we feel like it's a part of what we need to be doing as a brand.
Yeah, I think that's really amazing. And, I think as well, actually, like, addressing these issues head on versus like burying heads in sand, that, actually by having a strategy and a focus, and to actually go out there and promote this sort of really, just to have, again, going back to that connection, I just think it's super important and valuable. So you mentioned in our call as well, previously it was sort of like 91 communities that you have been very much a part of prior to COVID. So, now where we are, how are you from a sort of a geo perspective as well, trying to reach out and make sure that you are still connecting with these people and their passions and things aren't getting forgotten about?
Yeah, we do business in 91 markets, 300 communities, to your point. And a lot of our sponsorship strategy is about choosing investments where whatever we're investing in, a good 50% of the population in that market community is a fan of X, right? So with baseball, for instance, that's one of our best examples of a national investment that we take local. So, you know, just the way that we pushed out baseball this year, we know that we're reaching way beyond the 30 markets because you've got baseball fans across the 91 markets, right? So it a little bit goes back to our strategy and why we choose the investments we do. And then once we've invested in the right, obviously, sponsorships to reach our communities, it's a matter of activating it in a way that goes beyond St. Louis, Missouri. You know, as a Cardinals fan sitting in LA, we got to be reaching basically fans beyond normal borders, I would say.
Yeah. So I've got a feeling that baseball might be your favorite sport.
You know, it absolutely is. It is. I would say in terms of one of my other favorite investments in sports, it's distance racing. We've got the Bank of America Chicago Marathon in our portfolio as well. And one of the reasons I love it is it's inspiring. Like if you've ever been at the, you know, finish line of any marathon to see people of all shapes and sizes truly crossing the finish line, it taking everything they have, right? So many months of training leading to that moment. So basically, I love to watch a field of both professionals and amateurs attack the same challenge for very different reasons, but all crossing the line. Like to me, that's like one of my favorite moments this year. And what's been so sad for me this year is, you know, distance racing, marathoning, all that has had to be canceled this year. It's all been virtual, and that's great. I'm glad that people are still being active and getting their runs in, and, you know, they can go as many as 26.2 and get a virtual experience and medal, but that doesn't replace at all, right? Just like so many other things we've experienced this year, that's not the same as being on the field with 45,000 other people and being on the journey together. There's nothing can replace that.
No, it's so true. I have run the London Marathon, and I was overtaken at the finishing line by a man in a giant rhinoceros outfit. So I'm never running that again. So actually, I was going to say, have you seen on Netflix, there is a really good sort of documentary called The Playbook, and it's actually a coach's rules to life. It is so inspirational. I've only seen 2 episodes right now, and one was about tennis, one was about soccer, but, you know, it really is that sort of the mentality, and there's a lot of translation between business and sports anyway, that, you know, it's that very much that team work together and that camaraderie and being able to really connect with others. You know, it's really great. So I highly recommend. It's a good watch.
Thank you, Rachel. I will check it out. It sounds right up my alley.
So one last quick question here. So what are the lasting benefits? You know, obviously there are a lot of bad, it's very difficult, it's not the easiest, but has there been anything that you've seen in terms of all this disruption and change that has actually come out as a positive from a learning experience, from being in this different world?
Yeah, you know, I just, in general, the level of resiliency I've just seen, I mean, across so many dimensions, it'd be hard to speak to. But if you had told me a year ago that we would essentially shelve a campaign that we spent months working on, spent millions on, because we knew it just wasn't right, and we'd start all over and build from the ground up in half the time it would take us normally. Like, there are so many things you just wouldn't have believed you could do, but clearly you can. So I think there's something to be said for that. And then just purely from a sports perspective, I think not being able to have fans in stadium this year has really made all of sports and sports marketing so sensitive to the fact that there's a much broader audience out there, right, that wants to feel close to the game, close to the players. And I think a lot of that thinking about how to bring fans outside of the stadium closer to the game and closer to the personalities of the game, that has to continue to be carried forward and accelerated.
Totally. So I'm just opening this up to there's some really great questions coming through here, but one that just stands out here. What innovations and technologies are you utilizing to execute your strategies? And has this changed since the pandemic has begun?
You know, we looked at a lot of interesting technology along the way. I'll go back to baseball again. That would, again, keep fans closer to the game.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't ultimately proceed with a whole lot of new technology or lean that way to get people closer to the game, because we felt like there were a lot of other ways to stay connected to the fans that didn't actually involve some of those new technologies. I mean, we looked into ways to do, you know, drive-ins outside of the stadium if we could and pipe the noise inside. We looked at basically virtual watch parties, so groups of families and friends could basically watch the game together. So I mean, we looked at so many things, right? But ultimately, very little of it made sense. So, you know, we took a pass on those and we chose to keep people connected in different ways.
Awesome. Okay, here's another one. Can you suggest how youth sports can pivot in these times with growing fans and keeping them engaged during COVID?
This is about youth sports?
Yes.
Interesting. You know, there's so much in virtual events right now. I'm a little, to be honest, we definitely dabble in the space of virtual events.
Yeah.
And for Boys and Girls Clubs of America specifically, we talked about, because there was the absence of Little League, for instance, in the summer. You know, could some of our player and ambassadors, these big names in baseball, could we stand up opportunities for them to give pitching lessons, catching lessons, right, with groups of kids over Zoom to continue the learning, to connect kids to athletes that they admire? The answer to all that is yes. Is it fun? Yes. But again, it's like it's no substitute for the clinics that you would usually do in person. Is it better than nothing? It's better than nothing in most cases, right? So I think you just have to be choosy and creative and stand up enough of those opportunities where kids can still feel engaged and learning around the sport, but without inundating people too and feeling silly. I mean, one of the other things we're really sensitive to is not all kids have access to the technology, right? It takes to participate in virtual events like that, and that's been our real source of heartburn. And that's why we leaned into an organization like Boys and Girls Clubs of America, where, because we know that we're hosting those events at a time where the kids are in the clubs, they have access to the technology and they have access to some of the adult support that we need to make sure that we're engaging kids and being inclusive about the kids who can participate in opportunities like that.
Yeah, no, it's so important. And it's such a great thing, the Boys and Girls Club of America, without a doubt. Okay, here's another quick question. How are you measuring success in your sponsorship investments? Pre-COVID and during COVID, is the approach different?
I would say in a lot of ways it's not. You know, for us, our KPIs and why we do sponsorships have largely remained the same. For us, it's really about differentiating ourselves from competitors within local markets. It's about impacting the communities where we live and work, which I think, now that I say it, we've leaned really hard into impacting the communities where we live and work, probably even more in an oversized way than we would in a normal year. We've also leaned into, we do sponsorships because it's a platform for us to engage and excite our employees. We've got over 2,000 employees, not all, but the majority of us still working from home. And so, you know, it's a way to still keep us connected because, again, it's a passion point that we shared. So we've leaned deeper into, I think, sponsorships as a way to keep employees connected this year. There's, you know, a fourth reason why we do sponsorships we haven't been able to lean into this year, and that would be coming up with unique and differentiated client experiences, right? Everything is virtual. So in a way, we have leaned into that because we've had to cancel, right, so many in-person experiences. And so we have adapted some new opportunities to be virtual for clients. But I would say that's less, it's different, right? So there's that. And I think, you know, to be transparent for, you know, a Bank of America, a part of what always is about the ROI for sponsorships for us is the ability to drive revenue through relationships that we develop with partners who need our banking and investment capabilities.
Actually, I mean, how do you continue the conversation on? Obviously, that they've got this alignment in terms of the passion for the sports and what you're promoting, but how is the next sort of step? How do you get them in the funnel to become ultimately the Bank of America client?
Yeah, you know, it's different because obviously we're more than a consumer bank, right? So one side of it is consumer, but if you think about it, there's so much else. There's stadium financing, there's wealth management for players and management, all the way to your point, consumer side, and there being a passion with consumers who, you know, once they find out that, typically we've got a lot of data that says that when people know that you're a sponsor of their team, their perceptions of you change. I mean, one of our KPIs for a lot of our brand work is lifting brand favorability. So, you know, a lot of what we do in sports marketing is about brand, and it's about lifting brand favorability. And we've got historical data going back for at least 15 years that supports that when people know that we're a sponsor of X, and when they know that we're doing certain things, campaigns, efforts, let's just talk about Let's Rally. If they're familiar with it, they've been exposed to it, we can definitely see the lifts in brand favorability. So there's a lot of measurement that goes into all that.
Who's your team? Who do you support? Who's your the ones that you stand up and shout about? What team is it?
Yeah, I grew up in St. Louis, so I'm a St. Louis Cardinals fan, and I'm an enemy in my own house because my husband and my sons are LA Dodgers fans, and we live in LA, so I definitely feel I definitely feel alone as we enter into the postseason because I am the only one in my house and probably in my neighborhood cheering for the Cardinals while everybody else is about the Dodgers. But it's all okay.
Must be a little bit of a dangerous place to be in your
yes, I hide and watch the games in my room while everybody watches together.
I love it.
Well, thank you guys both so much for joining us today. It was great having you, and I'm sure the Cardinals appreciate your support from far away, Cindy. So thank you both so much. We hope to have you again soon.
Thank you so
Great,
much.
thanks so
Lovely speaking
much.
to you, Cindy.
Bye, Rachel.
Bye. Bye.
Well, a huge thank you to Cindy and Rachel for such a great conversation today. We're on to our second to last panel, and we're going to be joined by Melissa Duhame, the Director of Sports Marketing at PepsiCo. Melissa oversees Pepsi's NFL, MLB, and NHL strategies, as well as the Super Bowl and Pepsi halftime show, which I'm excited to hear about. And her session will be moderated by Courtney Burgess, the Vice President of Brand Partnerships at Minute Media. Welcome, Melissa and Courtney.
Thank you, Emily. Appreciate the introduction.
Of course. Enjoy. I'll be back towards the end.
Awesome. Melissa, good to see you.
Great to see you as well. How are you?
We're second to last for the day. So I hear they saved the best for last.
I love it. I love it.
Awesome. Well, I know we have a lot of folks on the phone that are anxious to hear from you. I've been fortunate, obviously, to work alongside of some of the incredible projects that Pepsi has done, specifically in sports. A question I personally have for any woman that's entered the sports industry and has grown to the level that you are is, like, what's your background? How did you get to Pepsi? What was your journey like? What was your career journey? Would love just more information on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my passion for sports started in high school. I mean, as an athlete, I knew pretty quickly I wasn't going to become a professional athlete. So working in sports seemed like the next best path for me. So got a sport management degree from Ithaca College, and then from there went to the sports marketing agency side. So spent 10 years on the agency side, working in both kind of event and property management, and then also in consulting roles. And then from there, after all the time in the agency, wanted to try something new. And I worked with all the leagues and team partners, and so really wanted to understand like what it was like to be on the property side. So I was fortunate enough to get a job at the NBA. So worked in the global marketing partnerships team at the NBA for 5 years with a number of different corporate sponsors of the league and building their NBA strategy. And then again, after you start working with brands, it's like, wow, it'd be really great to work on a brand. And then obviously the experience that I had from both agency and property side translated really well to be able to come to a brand position like I'm in now, which is great. So fortunate enough to meet some folks on the Pepsi brand team, and actually just celebrated my 7th anniversary. So
congratulations.
7 years, it's flown by, which is great. So yeah, so as Emily mentioned, I oversee all of our MLB, NFL, and NHL partnerships, so league, team, and player partnerships.
So you're not that busy right now, obviously. Like, not a lot going on. The World Series isn't right around the corner. NFL's not, full swing.
Yeah, at least NHL ended. So with actually one of our brand new partners with the Lightning as Stanley Cup champion. So that's very exciting. So yeah, so we'll be activating their championship soon as well, which is great. So I'm glad we have the opportunity to do that. Yeah, and so I think when you just like my role now is somewhat twofold. I think our team is responsible for our investment strategy, right? So what are the right teams, property, and athletes that we should be investing in? And then once we have those investments, working with our brand teams to activate those partnerships so we can deliver on our brand objectives.
Absolutely. And how long has Pepsi had this sports marketing team that you're part of? Did that exist before you joined, or how long has that been in place?
It's been in place for a while. It was in place before I joined, and actually was probably about twice the size. So wow. We've kind of condensed a little bit, and I think where we've learned and had key learnings was, we had the sports team and we had brand teams, and we were activating sports and brand teams were activating. And there was also sometimes there was some cross-pollination and different messages out there at the same time. And so what happened is some of the people that were on the sports team kind of shifted to brand teams. And so they're on brand teams and sort of running comms, but with a focus on sports. And then we've got our core team who it focuses only on sports and then works across multiple brands.
Awesome. Obviously the title of the day has been about women in sports marketing. I know before us, we've had some incredible women on different panels talking. When you think of just women, not even just in sports, but in business, obviously former CEO of Pepsi, Indra Nooyi, comes to mind. She's just such an iconic leader and has been very vocal in a positive way just about supporting females. One of the lines that, I've recently heard her say, and I'll read it, was, we need our own sisterhood. Unconscious bias can only be addressed if the sisterhood calls it out. I mean, personally, I've been lucky. Sports, you hear it's a male-dominated industry. I think my career started at Turner Sports, and I was lucky to learn from really incredible women who held powerful positions within Turner, some of whom I know our paths have crossed. But what's your take on women in sports marketing? Who's your sisterhood? Who are the female mentors or females in sports that you look up to?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, we both have had paths where I think we've had opportunities to work with really powerful women, and anything that Indra says, I definitely take to heart because she's such an amazing and an incredible leader. It's so important. And I think, the more that we can all come together and support each other and share best practices and learn from each other and be each other's cheerleaders, that's what's going to make the difference. And I feel like I've been really fortunate to have that support system, both from females and males, honestly, in industry. And I think, we've definitely seen strides since I don't like to admit it, but 20 plus years of working in the industry, I've seen a lot of shifts and changes, and we've come a long way, but, there's still work to be done. And I think, we just talk about supporting each other and, females and females. I think it's more than that too. It's more broad than that. There's minorities, and so it's males supporting females and minorities. And, I think we all can do a better job and continue to make the strides forward that we have.
Totally. And I think as careers progress, I've been fortunate to have women that have pulled me along the way, and you look back and do the same for the next wave of folks that come in and enter our industry. So I know that there's people on this call right now who are looking to crack into the industry and looking for their own sisterhood and network as that develops. Now, I know you manage obviously MLB, NHL, NFL for Pepsi, coming from the global side with Minute Media and our soccer property 90 Min. In August of this year, Pepsi announced that they become a sponsor of UEFA Women's Football, which is really exciting just in general in the sports world at large. Can we look to see more female sports sponsorships like this in the future from Pepsi? Would love to I know Pepsi is almost in every single league, but would love your take on that from a US perspective.
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, super excited about this deal and really excited to see what our global team is going to do to activate the partnership. I know it's a big focus for them, and I think we'll see a lot of great stuff. We also have a longstanding partnership with the WNBA, and so we're introducing the Do 3-point. We already own it on the NBA side, and so now it's coming to life on the WNBA side. We've got a national partnership with Asia Wilson, who's been great for us. Yeah, she's been in TV spots, she's been on PAC, et cetera. So we, really great partnership with her. I know we've got some athletes on the Do Tour side from a skate and snowboard standpoint as well. And Do's actually focused on next year. I think details are still to come, but there will be a whole campaign focused on female athletes and celebrating their partnership with Mountain Dew. So I think it's something that, we're passionate about. And as women's sports continues to grow, there's obviously definitely a place for Pepsi, and we're going to be there.
Totally. Well, we'll be on the lookout for next year and the details to come. That's super exciting. At Minute Media, obviously we acquired the Players Tribune back in December, which, I've been fortunate enough to work with you on a few different projects. This year, 2020, wasn't what anyone was planning for in a lot of ways. And, with the limitations that have been presented just everything COVID related. We personally at TPT have had to pivot how we work with our athletes who want to come onto our platform and share their stories. A lot of what we're doing, has gone virtually, whether it's athletes generating content and using their cell phone to capture content for us, or like the podcast we're working on together with Mark Ingram and Cam Jordan, Trust Levels, recording with current NFL players virtually. I know that Pepsi's had to adapt really quickly to changes, a lot of league and team and player deals. Can you kind of touch on some of what's excited you, obviously, coming out of this crazy year, just working fast and the pivots that Pepsi's made and in an ability to still have their sponsorships and be able to get close to fans?
Yeah, I know. And I just was listening to Cindy, and she was saying how they had an entire campaign that literally overnight went away. And I think, we're all in the same boat. And, I think for me, one of the best things coming out of all of this was that we learned how to adapt and be more nimble and think outside of the box, which I think has been great. And we talk about everything from our athlete partnerships to, some of the campaigns that we've run. And, even with our athletes, it was all of a sudden when there were no sports happening, it's like, what are we going to do? We have all these partnerships with these athletes, and like, how are we going to use these assets? And, as we started getting, as PepsiCo started coming to life and talking about the different things, the different initiatives that we were taking around COVID relief efforts. And it was great because our athletes were raising their hands to say, how can we help and what can we do to support? And so we were able to, to your point, like they're recording video messages from their couch on their iPhones for our frontline employees, thanking them for the support, or they were doing social posts for us to help with No Kids Hungry or our Great American Takeout initiatives. So it was really great, and I think helped kind of deepen some of our relationships with our athletes. And then, as sports started coming back to life, and it's like, okay, well, now we know we can't do our photo shoots that we typically do, and we can't, produce content because we can't get crews together. And so how are we going to do this? And a big part of what we do with our athletes is corporate hospitality too. So our customers and consumers, when you start thinking about virtual meet and greets, again, and Cindy mentioned it too, it's like, okay, what does that even look like though? Are those going to be fun, compelling? Is anyone really going to want to be a part of it?
Totally.
And then it turned out that it was like, to me, it actually became a really cool experience, because you think about it now, it's a smaller environment, and it's me as a fan, just like we're doing right now. We're having a one-on-one conversation. And so I can talk to Aaron Judge while he's sitting on his couch or in his kitchen or whatever. So it's, kind of getting that insight into the athletes. And then we were able to, we recorded those and then shared them out. And so we actually hit a bigger audience with that content to say, hey, look what Pepsi's doing for fans. So that worked really well. And then there was just the personalization piece of it. So when opening day came around for the second time, because our first plan went by the wayside, but for the second time came around, we know we wanted to do something big. And opening day is, everyone takes a day off from work, you skip school, you go to the ballpark, and it was so disappointing that couldn't happen this year. But we still wanted to give people the opportunity to say, get off your Zoom calls and just go to the ballpark, or not go, virtually go to the ballpark. Yeah. And so we worked with Aaron Judge, and he recorded personal messages. And so then all of a sudden it was like someone calls your phone and you get a message from Aaron Judge, and Courtney can't answer the phone because she's watching baseball, or your out of office messages signed by Aaron Judge. And so really just fun things like that really put personal touches on it that I think just did a better job for us in engaging. So, and then you mentioned Trust Levels in the podcast. And I think that's something that we maybe not would have looked at the same way. But it's like, hey, everyone's just dying for sports, right? What content can we give them? And we can't create our own. And so let's work with our players to create it. And so it really opened up other opportunities for us. And so I think, moving forward, there's a lot of key learnings that I think will make us just better marketers as we move forward, which is great.
Absolutely. And I think some of what I've heard today from, women like yourself on the marketing side is 2020 might not be just a try everything new and then forget it. I think bringing this into 2021 in the future and what those learnings look like and testing new formats and what that could potentially mean and how it impacts the business is exciting in a time that, you know, has obviously been super challenging. With speaking of sports and pivots, the NFL is fully underway. Go Patriots! Super exciting times. And obviously, when I think personally of the NFL or football, it's hard not to think of Pepsi. I think of, you know, the fact that the Super Bowl is next year. Obviously, we're pivoting what stadiums look like with limited fans, sometimes no fans being able to go. But what are you guys doing to maintain fan engagement? I know we talked about the podcast, but especially with some of those leagues and team deals you have, and even if you're able to share the outlook on the NFL season in 2021, the Super Bowl, would love to kind of hear what you guys have been up to.
Yeah, I think we were in a somewhat fortunate position with NFL, just that when everything happened, we had time to sort of plan around it. And it was like, while we were all hopeful that we were going to have an NFL season and there was going to be fans, you know, it was unlikely, right? And so we planned for that. And so we really went into our NFL season with two main goals, which was, you know, how do we, knowing that fans were going to be watching the games on TV, how do we amplify that at-home experience? And then because they can't go to games, how do we bring that experience, that stadium experience, home to the fans? And that's really where we focused on, and that's how kind of made for football watching, our new campaign that we just launched, came to life. And you know, the idea behind it was that there's actually a stat, if I remember it correctly, it's like less than 1% of 1% of 1% of people actually play in the NFL. So the rest of us all become people who watch the NFL. And so Pepsi's not meant for the people who play the NFL. That's what our friends at Gatorade do. We're meant for those who watch the NFL. And so hence made for football watching. And so when you took that campaign, it was a perfect role for Pepsi. And then you go back to our objectives of that amplifying that home experience. And so we've got some TVCs that are really fun that started at the start of season, where when you start watching them, you think it's an athlete getting ready to play, and then it turns out it's just the watcher who is getting ready to watch the game. And then we've got a new take on player intros. So, you know, at the start of every game, you got the players. They come up, they say like where they're from, or like what college they played at, and we're doing that with actual fans. And so it's, you know, hi, I'm Melissa. I went to Ithaca College, and I'm a football watcher, and that's actually happening in broadcast. And then we have a whole microsite of madeforfootballwatching.com with a ton of content. So it's our player content. We've got some offers, and we've got some like tailgate recipes using our products, etc. So it's just a great hub where everyone can go and get not only fun content, but helpful hints on how to bring tailgating home, etc. So that's a lot of fun. And then on the bringing the stadium experience home part, we worked with some of our team partners and just, you know, some great things. So we have every game is a home game, and it's actually some content that we developed. So we surprise Steelers fans with their actual seats from the stadium. So we work with the Steelers, have them go in, remove the seats, and Ryan Shazier actually delivered them to their house. The really powerful moment of, you know, there's a whole story behind these fans who have been season ticket holders forever. And, you know, the gentleman's wife and, you know, his son's mom passed away, and he was sick. And so they were just dying to get back to the stadium this year. And we're so disappointed that they couldn't. So to be able to surprise them and say, hey, you can't be at the stadium, but these are your actual seats, and you can watch the games from your actual seats. So really powerful content that was great. And then with the Jets, we did a home gate concept where we actually turned someone's front yard into a tailgate. So we
saw that. That was unbelievable.
We paved their grass. Their neighbors probably weren't super excited, but yes, they have an entire parking lot, including ticket booth in their front yard with the giant inflatable that the Jets players run out from the tunnel, goalpost, etc. So really fun and entertaining stuff. And then, you know, tailgate in a box. So we have these huge tailgate kits that are getting delivered all across the country. We even have gear being delivered in certain markets by drones and robots. So we're definitely trying to get creative and making sure that the fans out there have everything they need for game day and can enjoy that stadium experience at home.
I love that. I feel like, one thing personally for this year is that there's just so much out of our control, but having some sense of normalcy, especially just with the sports watching experience, NFL Sundays, my husband and I live for that. So really grateful that brands are just giving fans that extra nod to make sure that their experience isn't any less just because they can't go to the game on Sunday. Looking ahead a bit, just after everything that's happened this year, and just to be honest, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknown, I feel like every single day in sports, but what are some of your predictions for 2021 when it comes to sports marketing specifically?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think 2021 is going to be great for sports marketing. I think we're going to see some bigger and better activations. I think the way things happened this year and, specifically with like team partnerships and stuff, I think some assets were kind of put on hold and rolled into next year. And so I think there's going to be, you're going to see a lot of corporate partners that have more assets and funds and ability to do bigger things with some of their team partnerships. And then I think we're going to see some new players in the game, right? I think, with the disruption that happened, I think, potentially investing in sports, which is something that maybe not have been a possibility in the past, I think is a little bit more feasible than, with the current environment. And so I think you'll see probably some new players come in. And so I think it's going to be a good, taking a bad situation and turning it good. I think it's actually going to be a good growth opportunity for the sports marketing business.
Totally. I think at least the seat that I'm in and working at Minute Media and the Players Tribune, we've had a lot of athletes that have obviously come to us to tell their stories during these times. They're spending a lot more time at home, and an athlete allowing their fans into their home is an intimate experience. And I think what we're seeing is it's going to be even more important going into next year, what those stories are like off the field, off the court. So, the uncertainty is something we're all aware of, right? But we're excited to just continue, like you said, to get fans closer to their favorite players.
Yeah, I think candidly too. I mean, I think with teams and properties, I think there'll be a challenge on them too, because what we're learning is that like the ballpark experience or the stadium experience, you can't replicate it for sure, but fans now are used to, like, they've gotten used to consuming in different ways and wanting different sort of content and stuff. And so I think, like I know we'll challenge our team partners to we have to be creative and think outside the box, that yes, there's a stadium experience, but what are some of these other things that we can be doing outside of the stadium? Because it turns out that they're equally, if not more engaging sometimes. Because to your point, it's that personal touch, right? It's that behind the scenes look and that more personal connection. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there and a lot of areas to explore that I think see continue. So I think to your point, it's like it was a bad situation, but there's been so many key learnings that are not just for this season. It's something that's going to continue moving forward.
Absolutely. It goes without saying, there's been just a lot of, we've had a heavy hand, at least the Players Tribune, in giving athletes a platform to just speak out on social justice and the movement itself. For us, it's not a moment, right? It's a movement. And we feel that sports and especially athletes should play a significant role in that, and can, just given the microphone that some of these professionals have. But how do you think sports overall, obviously we're seeing what the NBA is doing, what the NFL is doing, but what do you think about sports growing its role in this social justice movement that that's taking place right now?
Yeah, I think it's really important. And I think, sports has the audience, and to your point, with the players and, they have voices and people are listening to those voices. And I think what we've seen to date, in my opinion, is that it's very reactive versus proactive. And so, something happens, and I think everything that's been happening in sports across leagues, teams, everything has been phenomenal. And I think something that, I wish would have happened a long time ago. So I wish it wasn't something that was reacting to everything that was sort of happening in the country. And I think that's where the opportunity is, instead of being sort of reactive and doing this, like, we have the opportunity to build an infrastructure that is in place that, we learn from our mistakes, and then, like, what is that infrastructure moving forward that, we can all follow and be ahead of the game, right? And be the movers in there versus just being reactionary.
Absolutely. And I think that's something for us too, is, being one of the first to want to take a stand and make sure that we're addressing it head on. And again, giving athletes an opportunity to tell their stories and make a difference. So, we could continue to move forward in the movement. Coming out of this year, going into next year, what are some of the signals of recovery that you're watching, at least for the next year or so, just as it pertains to the pandemic and everything that's gone on this year? Some of what we've been facing.
Yeah, I think, and I think I alluded to a little bit of sort of like the bigger activations, but I think, we're seeing new partnerships be announced. We're seeing new naming rights partners like this. So these are big long-term deals that are happening. And so I think, one positive thing is that I think it's pretty clear that, corporations still feel that sports is a backbone of their marketing campaigns and still going to really be pivotal moving forward. And so I think that's really positive. And then from a fan standpoint, I know if you look, like, viewership numbers may be down and that sort of thing, but at the end of the day, like, the insights that we're looking at is that they're still just as passionate about sports as they've always been, and I think, and we're seeing it, right? The stadiums that are opening up, like, they're hitting their capacities and fans are still going. And so I think we all have the opportunity, going back to what we said before about how we're activating differently and we're getting more personal and we're engaging with fans in different ways. And then we're going to go back to, having stadiums full again, which I think is great. And so it's really just, I think, enhancing that overall experience. And so I think there's just, more and more opportunities for us to, continue to grow the industry essentially and interact with fans.
Absolutely. We have a few, I know, myself coming through the industry, always seeking to grow my network and networking and how important that is. But I think what's been great about Brand Innovators and hosting these virtual events is it's allowing college students who might otherwise not be able to attend these events in person, be able to participate. So knowing that we probably have some current students on the line right now, what's some advice you have for women, but women and men who are just launching their career in sports marketing, and trying to enter the space, just knowing how competitive it is, especially for some of the graduates who have graduated this year and entering the job market?
Yeah, I think, and this was the first advice I ever got back when I was in school, actually, and that was networking. And networking is key because any person that you meet, you're going to learn from, and there's going to be doors that open. And I think it's my entire career, I've tried to make sure that was something that I did and focused on and made the efforts to do, to really continue to build relationships. It's a relationship industry. So I think the more relationships you have and the more you nurture those relationships, the better off you'll be. And so I would just say that, absolutely networking is key. I think the other thing is just experience, to your point, so everybody wants to work in sports. Why wouldn't you? It's I argue that I have the greatest job at PepsiCo. So of course everyone wants to work. It is competitive. So the more experience that you can get, from both sides, right? Like, go volunteer, internships, all that, like work experience, but even just as a fan, you know, if you're, I assume if you're working in sports, it's because you enjoy sports. And so, you know, it's not really, it's like when you do go to the game, what are you noticing? What's calling out to you as a fan? And I mean, that's critical insights, right? Like we actually pay companies to give us that information on like what do fans want to see at the games. And so I think just, you know, looking at sports from a different thing. I know my friends hate going to sporting events with me because I'm like, oh, that sign doesn't deliver value. Or
You look at it a little differently when you work in the space.
Exactly. But I think, you know, that's a good experience is to think about it from a marketing perspective. So when you are at a game, like what is catching your eye? What's not? Like, what do you want to engage in? What do you not want to engage in? Because all that experience is really just, you know, that's the stuff that we use to build our program. So I think that's definitely what I would say. And just, you know, from a networking thing too, I always try to, my entire career, I've always had people who are willing to take those informational interviews or sit down and just kind of give advice. And so I try, I mean, I know I don't always have the most amount of time on my calendar, but I do try to do that as much as possible as well, just to share my experience and, you know, hopefully help open doors for the next generation of marketers for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I know we have about 10 minutes left for questions and we have quite a few coming in, which is super exciting. So feel free to submit anyone that's on right now, but kind of going from my previous question, who was a mentor you had early on in your career that impacted your journey?
You know what? I mean, so many, honestly, and I know that's kind of an easy answer out, but truly from the administrators at Ithaca who opened so many doors for me and continue to. I mean, they reach out now and you know, check in and how are you doing and ask advice for course curriculum and all that sort of stuff. So I think going back to then and then just I worked with so many talented people, both men and women on the agency side at the NBA. Like, you know, Mark Tatum was running global marketing partnerships at the time when I was there. And, you know, obviously watching him and his career and as deputy commissioner now, it's so incredible. And so there's been so many along the way. And I'm so thankful that I've had so many people who have, you know, pushed me and supported me, you know, encouraged me to get out of my comfort zone. I think that's just the most critical piece is, you know, having people that kind of believe in you and help open those doors for you, and then, you know, taking those opportunities. So there's too many to mention, really.
Totally. I think what you just said too is just taking the opportunity. When I was in school and looking to crack into sports, I was fortunate to get a internship at Turner in Atlanta, working in production. So I was in Studio J with the Inside the NBA crew holding a light and was like, I absolutely love this world. I want to be part of it. And I had women and men that believed in me there and allowed me to network internship, which ended up getting me my first job after school. And those same people that still work in production down in Atlanta, I keep in touch with today. So absolutely agree. Networking. And I especially think now more than ever with, you know, we're all stuck at home right now. It's good breaks in the day too, to be able to talk to folks that are hungry and looking to get into the industry.
Yeah, so it is funny when you talk about those roles, like I do too, like remembering internships. And my first internship at Octagon was actually working in event management, and I was the transportation coordinator for an LPGA event. So I had to make sure that all the LPGA players got to where they wanted to be and when. And at the time I was like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever done. And, but you know what, like, I met all the players and they knew when I was picking them up, and, you know, it's a networking thing and organization and, like, you know what I mean? Like, so when you sit back and you think about all the different things, like you got to take all the opportunities and take that experience and understand that like it's all part of a bigger picture, because if the players weren't there on time, then the tournament wasn't starting on time. Like, so it's not just about that like one task, it's just that bigger picture. And I think sometimes even in my day-to-day job, you sometimes are like, why am I doing this? But it's all for the greater good and bigger picture, and all very worthwhile experiences.
Absolutely. Another question we have is, obviously you've mentioned playing sports and getting into the sports industry. What was your favorite sport prior to working in sports? And then what is your new favorite sport, either as a player or consumer, now working in the sports world and getting an inside look?
Yeah, so growing up, I was always a baseball fan. So baseball was my number one. So when I actually started
Who's your team? Who's your team?
My team was the Yankees, or I say was, is, right? The Yankees. But growing up, which is funny because I'm actually from New England, and I have a family who all live in New Hampshire and have always hated my passion for the Yankees. And yeah, so grew up a Yankees fan, but then also a Patriots fan because I still had Boston roots. And as far as favorite sports, I think baseball was just, I played softball, and so it was the one that was the biggest connector. And Derek Jeter, so watching him kind of come up, he was an idol of mine. So I think that was definitely part of it. And yeah, now that I work in sports, and it's funny because I didn't necessarily follow the NBA, but then I worked there for 5 years, so I became very passionate about the NBA. And now working across all sports, I'm a sports person, so I love all sports. I love going to sport events, watching sporting events. And then when you talk about teams, it's your affinities do change, but not that they go away. It's more that just, teams that you like supposedly hated because of rivalries, well, now they're partners of mine who have become friends, and you want them all to do well. So I do say, when people ask me like, what are my favorite teams, I say for the Yankees, because I say I have to love all of my kids equally. So all of our team partners, we support and love and hope that they all do well.
Of course. Another question we have is, and I think it's someone, we have some global folks on the phone, which is exciting. But American sports such as baseball or football, specifically the NFL, the NBA, they've obviously are looking to expand globally and increase their reach on an international level. Pepsi being a global company as well. What are your, do you think, because, working in a global company, some of our global offices, I would say, are a bit behind when it comes to hiring women, or there's not as many opportunities for women in sports. But do you think this growth, and how will this growth just open up more opportunities for women just beyond the US?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the international growth of the American sports league, I think, is incredible. And when I worked at the NBA, and I worked at the fortunate part of my job was to work on the London games there, and just to see how passionate the fans were there. And it's funny because a lot of they didn't even necessarily understand the rules, but they were just so excited to be there and watch it. And so, yeah, I think at the end of the day, as sports continues to grow, US, globally, there's going to be more opportunities, right? There'll be more partnerships, there'll be more brands involved, there'll be more teams added to leagues. And so with the growth of that, there'll obviously be opportunities from a job standpoint as well. And so I think, the strides that we've made over time with, like I mentioned in the beginning, even since I've been in the industry, I think we're going to continue to see that. And so as these new opportunities come into play, then I think, there'll be a lot more opportunities. And even now, if you look at it, if you asked me even 10 years ago, 15 years ago, would there be a female coach in the NFL? I would have said, I highly doubt it. No way that could happen. And but it was so cool. I think was it just this past weekend, right? Where one of the games, right? It was the Browns the Redskins each had a female coach and then a female official. And
Yep.
it's like, wow, if you would have asked me that years ago, if that would ever happen as I was entering the industry, I would have said not a chance. And so I think it's amazing. And I think we're starting to see that it's not about, hey, this role has typically been like only males. It's like, who's the most qualified? And, I think, females can be a very different perspective in roles such as coaching and stuff. And so I think it's all fantastic stuff, and hopefully it continues to accelerate at the pace it has.
Awesome.
Faster, actually.
Yeah. Well, one last question. I know we have a minute. If you could attend one in-person sporting event right now, what would it be? And so what team, what stadium, we want to know.
What team, what stadium? Gosh, that's a tough one. I've been so fortunate enough to be like at so many events, but I think World Cup. I would definitely like to, and I honestly don't even care where.
Yeah.
I just think it's such a phenomenon, and that's one thing I have not had the opportunity to really experience. So I think that's what I would say.
Love it. Well, Melissa, thank you so much for the time. It's great chatting with you as always. Appreciate you taking some time with us in your very, very busy schedule.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun. Great to see you and catch up.
Yeah, we'll talk soon.
All right.
Thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Emily.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too.
Well, we're coming up on our last session here. Such a fantastic day full of, hearing such inspiring stories and career journeys from some powerhouse women in marketing, working in the sports industry. So we're going to move into our final session, and we're thrilled to welcome Kristen Connolly, the Senior Director of Marketing Strategy and Operations at Activision Blizzard Esports, covering the Overwatch and Call of Duty leagues. And this session will be moderated by Neha Aleti, a strategic business consultant for industry solutions at Braze. Welcome to the stage, Kristen and Neha.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Hey, how are you doing today?
Very good. Great day so far, huh?
Yes, we're ending on a high, having you guys close us out. So I'll kick it over to you and come back towards the end.
Perfect. Thanks, Emily. So I'm really excited to be here with you, Kristen, talking through the really exciting world of esports. Over here at Braze, we've had a pretty large roster of gaming and sports-focused companies. And in talking to several of them, I've just learned that you really can't understate the rise of esports, both in popularity and its foray into mainstream culture. I know we were chatting about some of the differences we see in esports compared to other industries in terms of just the sheer level of fandom and engagement that we see from players and fans. It's really something to admire and to aspire to. So really excited to be diving into this. And I thought a great place to start would be understanding the theme of the live cast is really with your background. You're a great example of women in sports, with most of your professional career being in the sporting or gaming industry, starting off with positions at a couple NFL teams like the Ravens and the Jets, and then moving into gaming and more specifically esports. So I'd love to hear more about your journey to where you are and really what drew you to these positions and what's kept you working in these industries.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Neha. Hi, everyone. Kristen Connolly. Really excited to chat today. As Neha just mentioned, I've spent the majority of my career in the sports and entertainment field. Started at the Baltimore Ravens, actually working on Gabrielle Dow's team, who spoke earlier this morning, who's now at the Green Bay Packers. Went into advertising a bit and then came back into traditional professional sports, as I deem it now, with the New York Jets, and was there for about 7.5 years, helping to launch MetLife Stadium and our branding efforts. Until while I have a strong passion for football and still support both the Ravens and the Jets, really had a desire to expand those capabilities fully globally across the future of entertainment. And as I think a lot, being a marketer of what the future holds, how all kind of youth and teens and 20 somethings are looking for their entertainment. I just got really excited by what has been happening in the gaming and the esports industry for the past 2 decades, and was able to hop over to help launch the first ever global city-based esports league, which was the Overwatch League. We launched in late 2017. And have been at Activision Blizzard for the last 3.5 years, focused on our global marketing efforts to continue that league, as well as launch our sister property for Call of Duty, which is the Call of Duty League. We had our inaugural season this past year, and then also work across all of our Blizzard esports properties. So really cool, because as a marketer, what we thought about in sports is what we also think about in esports in terms of fan engagement. We know fandom does not change. It just is different what sport you're rooting for or what your passion lies in. But the psychology behind being a fan and those rituals and traditions and sense of community remains the same, and it remains the same for fans all over the world. The biggest difference for me is being able to work on that, again, fully globally. I have an entire team in our Shanghai office that is thinking just around our China operations, who is also headed by a female leader that oversees all of our marketing there, but also thinking in a completely digital and social realm. So while we still have in-person events and we're able to sell out arenas like Barclays Center and Wells Fargo Center in our first 2 years of the Overwatch League, a lot of what I think about is how we're intersecting content on our digital platforms and our digital broadcast. And so those are the nuances, especially as our average target, is teenagers into 20s, into early 30-year-olds. So the majority of our fan base is under 34 years old. So that's where the differences really start to come into play, as the consumer is a bit different. The way they engage with entertainment, engage with our properties is almost completely digital and social in nature, and that's what they know best. And we're also have some nuances in the way that gaming and esports occurs, in the sense that, I'm a big NFL fan. I've never seriously played football in my career or in my life, but all of our fans, are often really innately connected to the esports that they're watching, their games that they live and breathe and play, and it's part of their community and part of their day-to-day life.
Yeah, those are a couple of interesting points that you bring up, in that traditional sports kind of started off as a physical event and people would go there. And now you kind of see with the rise of gaming, how they're making their leap into the digital space, whereas the opposite with esports, with it starting digitally. And now different companies are moving into having those physical events. And then also with esports, having players not only being able to watch the event, but know it at a completely different level, because oftentimes they're also playing the games themselves, versus traditional sports where you have people who are watching but don't necessarily partake at the same frequency or intensity that professional sports takes place at.
Yeah, exactly. It's really awesome to be able to blend both of those worlds. I will say nothing replicates a live in arena event, and I think we all can say that's true in the sports and entertainment world. Being in person, seeing that atmosphere and energy, it is just unlike anything else, and I think that's probably what drives a lot of us to work in this industry. We're fortunate, though, even particularly in this really challenging year that we have, to be able to still fully function, because our fans are digital first and on those platforms, and we stream on the digital platform. We're on YouTube Gaming now, and have been able to have our seasons pretty much completely intact this year through all of the COVID challenges, playing completely online. And our communities, I know we'll talk about this a bit later, have found really innovative ways to stay connected with each other all over the world at all hours of the night, since we're optimizing both for Asia and North America time zones in our matches, and stay connected while staying at home.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a great segue into my next question here, which is, knowing the growth that we've seen of esports, over the past 5 to 10 years, but really in the past 6 months in the COVID era with quarantine taking place, I'd love to hear from you what has been the most surprising or unexpected thing that you've seen during this period of growth, and would really love to understand how you've seen women drive growth in the industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will say this is a surprise, although it should not be a surprise because we have some of the best fans in the world. But I would say just how adaptive and agile the fan base has been to embracing the transition that we made from in-person events to digital events this year. This year was a particularly special year for us while we were in the 3rd year of the Overwatch League and just the 1st of Call of Duty League. For the first time ever for both leagues, we were bringing the city-based format to life. Meaning, starting in January, our players were playing in home markets in front of their fans in arenas around the world. And we were able to get about 4 events in before COVID fully hit, and we had to shut that down and transition. It took us less than 2 weeks to transition fully online to play competitively online. And it was a little bit of a letdown in the sense that we were finally getting in person in front of our fans. They could see and touch our product. They could meet their favorite players and experiencing that community live with the shared passion that everyone else. Their equal fans have. But nonetheless, while we transitioned, our fans not only were there, along the way. Of course, we had some glitches getting, some of the technology up. It's challenging enough to go global or to go online, but to do it globally and to have, our players who are located in Korea and China playing those that are located in Europe, playing those that are located in North America, across Canada and the US. There's no technology that can fully support that because in earnest, it's never really been done. Again, that's what really drew me to the league is that we're truly global and we have fans all over the world, 365. So what surprised me and just, again, I guess not surprising again, because our community is just so incredible, but just how they embrace that and their patience and support through that transition and just excitement. Again, going back to March when everyone was completely confined, and to be able to share again that entertainment and excitement and the fact that we could bring that to them was just really awesome. And then the fans elevated it on their own. In the sense, we'll talk a little bit later again about Discord, which is a main a social channel for our fans, but they started kind of forming their own Discord viewing parties, to be able to connect. Our fans also, when they watch us, they fully use chat function to stay connected and to talk and, to do things together. And so to see how the fans embraced that and just created their new community online, a space that they're very familiar with, alongside with us was really special. And then, yeah, just to go back, I would say to the second part of just women kind of supporting these changes too. We have some really incredible women behind the scenes in production and broadcast, again, bringing this all to life. You can only imagine the heroic efforts it took to get this all stood up, but also our community. So while our competitive players are still mostly predominantly male, the community, there's just so many incredible women and girls across the world that are embracing this, that are taking part of this. And I think that's something that really initially surprised me as I went into esports. Maybe it's because I was coming from the New York sports scene and gotta love us New Yorkers of just a little bit of cynicism. But as I hopped into esports, particularly and launched the Overwatch League, our community is just so positive and very diverse and inclusive. A lot of really incredible women around the world that are supporting our league and rooting for our 20 teams on the Overwatch League side have, again, come together and just shared this level of positivity that I've never seen in sports. And while there is still toxicity in the gaming communities and, just in communities at large, our fans really embrace the positivity, really celebrate the communal feel of our league, and just to see that, pour through both from women and men and from the diverse community we have, has just been something I think we all really needed during this time too.
Yeah, that's great to hear that, everyone is kind of coming together, and we see that women are growing within the industry. And I think you brought up a couple of things that lead me into my next question of how do you think about esports and building and really developing for broader audiences, women included in that, but also thinking globally. As you mentioned, esports is not confined to one region. It really is a global game. And with it being global, you have different behaviors geographically from both men and women. So would love to hear about how you think about the diverse audiences that you're trying to build for currently and trying to expand into.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is what keeps me up at night, right? This is a challenge, not only, in my position in our company, but also I think all of us as sports marketers face is how do we continue to create loyal, engaged fans? How do we expand our audience and attract a casual fan base? How do we educate to those that are less familiar with our games or perhaps less familiar, with esports? And how do we do so that really resonates and feels personal? So yes, this is the biggest challenge. And again, going back to what really drew me to this opportunity is just how expansive it is when you think about the gaming community. The gaming community is huge. And even if you're looking at those that play Activision Blizzard games, it's still, tens of millions, hundreds of millions worldwide when you're looking at our total audience size. But what you kind of said, Neha, is the approach that we take is that, again, it's never a one size fits all a strategy. It never has been in any marketing function. But what we do, for example, in Asia is very different than what we do in North America, but it's also the same, right? Depending on, again, I went back to my first statement of fans are fans no matter where they are around the world, but the way they choose to engage and the content that they're engaging with does differ per region. So we've taken, a global strategic approach to how we're thinking about our marketing efforts, but ensure that we localize and fully regionalize and celebrate what our different fan bases love. So if you take South Korea, for example, we have a really a strong fan base there. While just one professional Overwatch League team there, the Seoul Dynasty. Esports, for anyone that follows kind of the Korean culture and the sports and entertainment realm there, esports has been at the forefront. Blizzard actually was one of the first to kind of invent in the esports space, and that was over 20 years ago with StarCraft 2, and it was born in South Korea. And so the South Korean fan is just really advanced in the way that they think about esports, the way they follow it, how fast-paced it is there, and how much they can understand. And interesting enough, a lot of our fans in Korea skew female. And esports players are seen akin to K-pop stars. It's a total celebrity following. And so the content that we're creating is different. And if you go to a Korea match, which I had the pleasure to do a few years ago, what you see in the audience is different than what you see, for example, if you go to Paris or if you go to New York. It's predominantly teenage women and young 20-year-old females. Kind of, screaming and following along and watching the competitive play, but don't mistake that, they're not as competitive in gameplay as the team on the stage. And it's riveting to see just how excited they are to, kind of watch the players. And there's content that we do in Korea that, for example, doesn't work necessarily in North America. So one great example is karaoke, is something that we do as part of the pre-show to gear up for the live competition. And the fans love it, and that's not something we necessarily do here. But because we are global, we're able to test things in different regions and then kind of roll them out based on the success. We've done that a lot this past year in China. So, looking at kind of the content that was created in China, had some success doing a little bit goofier, sillier type content that worked well in the digital channels there. Brought that over here on our YouTube channels, and it also, performed really well. Same thing with fashion. Our Asian fans have connected fashion to gaming and esports for a long time, and have, a lot of the players are wearing the most breaking fashion, particularly when it comes to sneakers. The sneaker culture is just incredible, and we've been able to do cool partnerships with Esquire, in Asia, and then brought that over here. So just to be able to use the kind of understandings globally, and while regionalize them, but also take the learnings back to other regions, has just been something really cool, and something that I hadn't personally experienced in the sports marketing realm before, because we are fully global.
That's it's really interesting to hear how the Korean market is predominantly women. I hope to see the rise of that in other regions as well, and start to see the proportion of men to women start to increase where it is predominantly male, and kind of take cue from Korea. Would love to see some stadiums filled with women watching these games.
Yeah, same. And I think all of us probably that are part of this webinar today, and even broader, as women across sports and entertainment, I think we can all agree to that. And as we all also know, it takes time to turn some of these traditions and the way entertainment is just generally consumed. But the kind of the steps that we have been taking and what we've been seeing, and just how embracive the community is, definitely know that we're in the right direction and headed that way. And I'm personally proud, to have a very heavy female team working on the marketing efforts across Activision Blizzard Esports. Something I really take a lot of pride in is just the diversity that we can offer, and ensure that the community, can identify, with the efforts that they're seeing. So that's personally something really important to me as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, speaking of that idea of community, that's obviously really big in gaming, in sports, and especially in esports. We've seen the rise of streaming platforms like Twitch and YouTube gaming, and really the rise of influencers. And knowing that influencers, both really well-known and smaller ones, are a key part to building community around a league or around a game. Would be really curious to hear about how influencer marketing plays a part into your overall marketing strategy, and if you have any current or future strategies around working with women influencers specifically to expand reach.
Yeah, absolutely. So for our first 2 years of the Overwatch League, we were on Twitch, which is, one of the prominent live gaming platforms for gaming and esports, and even into entertainment. And this past year, we transitioned to YouTube Gaming, which has been really awesome, because it's opened up just a completely different realm of how we think about content creation, working with creators, and working with influencers. I think we can all agree that nobody does it better than YouTube when it comes to creation and UGC, and just a community that, again, creates their own content and delivers different things to different people at all hours of the day across all topics that you would ever want to be a part of. And what's really cool with us is, we've been thinking about how we bring live appointment viewing for esports for the last, several years. And so that is something kind of uniquely new to YouTube, and a space that they're endeavoring even further down. But on the reverse side for us, it's really had us think about, okay, how do we tap into our community? Again, I've mentioned how incredible they are, and what's unique about esports that I find a bit different from traditional professional sports is just the level of accessibility to our community and to our pro players, and just to the influencers as a whole. So we've been able to test some cool kind of partnerships and products with the community and with the influencers to level up the content we're bringing, and also the live streams that we're bringing to the table. So, for example, I mentioned this was our first ever season for Call of Duty League. We had our first champion event in August. My goodness, and we're able to break records on YouTube Gaming for those that attended and watched live. But we were also able to step it up with our influencers. So while you could go to our main channel in Call of Duty League and watch the live stream with our professional casters casting, you could also watch through some of your favorite influencers and streamers. Vikkstar is an example of that, and kind of have a different perspective, which is really cool, and something we think a lot about as you're looking at audience development and how to tap into different audiences. What better way to do so than directly to the community and influencers and streamers that they're already watching and have been watching and engaging with for well beyond, before our leagues existed. And then also it definitely just taps into a whole different realm of content creation. And I think, again, as marketers, we can all understand just the importance of the intersection between content and marketing. It's all intertwined, and content, is what drives our business and fuels engagement and broadens into the casual fan. So to be able to partner with people that are part of the community and seen as such, but also have this level of accessibility to the community, it can just provide a different point of view. And so it's something that we tested a bit this year and are going to continue testing more of and doubling our efforts into. And I think that's something that's just really cool about the esports and gaming space as a whole. It's just our level of agility and ability to test and learn. We're new. Our oldest league is 3 years old. And if you think about to the youngest traditional professional sports leagues, we're talking decades. So we're able to kind of test and pivot and do new things and try things. And as we all know, fans will tell us immediately if they like it or they don't like it. And that's quite a blessing because we can adapt from there and kind of do things differently. As I mentioned, though, we're just getting started. We've been on YouTube gaming for just 8 months now, and 6 of those months have been during COVID. So there's so much more to do. And as we think about how we're building out these influencer programs and partnerships, we are definitely taking that approach of being diverse and inclusive, but there's a lot still to be done, and I only see it not only being a bigger part of our strategy, but I would say across the entire sports and entertainment approach as a whole. And we've seen that, right? The NFL, for example, has increased its influencer efforts and everything that's been going on there. But what's interesting too is in the middle of COVID, as sports halted and entertainment had to kind of question how to go on, you saw professional athletes playing a ton of games and kind of streaming organically. And we saw that really strongly with Call of Duty and just the pro players, particularly NBA players, NFL players, playing our games and just kind of creating that viral content, which again, nothing beats that. So as much as we are trying to kind of double down into these efforts and expand what we're doing, there is this level of organic and virality influencer opportunities that I'm excited to see where that expands into as well.
Absolutely. Maybe you can retain some of those NBA players as long-term influencers.
Yes, exactly.
So my next question here is, knowing all of the different types of content that's created, both generated from your company, but also user-generated content, I wanted to know how you think about and use all of your channels, including owned, earned, and paid media, and if there are any channels that you find particularly effective for certain pieces of the funnel or the customer lifecycle.
Yeah, so this question gets me so excited, right? Because this is the crux of how we try to think about our go-to-market efforts and our global integrated marketing campaigns, and how this all ties together. And again, as marketers, we know that it's critical to be cohesive, to have the kind of all of the pieces fall to place together to look integrated, and to be tapping into everything that we can do. What is interesting for me being on the gaming and esports side is the data that we have at our fingertips. And knowing that we not only are overseeing the league, but we actually own the game, allows us to start tapping into data and information, that I would say is a little bit more difficult to connect to the dots on the traditional sports side. So to understand the insights of our what our players are playing and then what they're watching, both live and content wise, and start connecting all of that, and then understanding where and when to best reach them is something that, you know, I'm really, I just love as a marketer to be able to have all that data at our fingertips and dive into. It's a lot, right? It's a lot of data to connect all of that.
I'm sure.
But as you mentioned, because we do own the game, we have owned and operated properties that we can be on when our players are playing. So just kind of tapping into them is a critical part of our success, but then ensuring that we are reaching, you know, beyond our core, going back to the conversation of how we not only deepen our engagement with our current fan base, but also find the more casual players, the more casual esports fans. So definitely think a lot about how we're tapping into the paid and owned and earned opportunities. And that's, again, where content becomes just so critical, because it's, you know, what we're engaging with, what we're doing not only on the league side, but how we're thinking about the fan versus the player. So the different kind of element that gets brought in is how we're working with our marketing teams across the gaming verticals, as well, as they're the ones, you know, engaging the players and you know, we think a lot about the synergies between the two and what makes certain players, you know, interested in the competitive side versus not. And just thinking about how we kind of bring different offerings and content opportunities to them. The opportunity we have with the league, going back to the accessibility, is we can bring, you know, content and behind the scenes and never before seen things to the community. And so we think a lot about how we use our broadcast, how we use our content, how our professional players can engage with the community and just bring them in even closer into the ecosystem. So a lot to think about there, a lot to unfold. As I mentioned, we're kind of just getting started, you know, just going into the second year of Call of Duty League starting next year and the fourth year of the Overwatch League.
Yeah, it must be incredibly exciting to have the background of coming from traditional professional sports and coming into this league that's, you know, for all intents and purposes new. It's only a couple of years old, so there's a lot of white space to run with when it comes to what marketing strategy is, how you're effectively using all of your other channels. I do want to get to the Q&A, but I did have one other question that I really wanted to ask you. For me, I think one of the most exciting things that I find about esports is its relevance to potential other industries. I know we talked about the partnership that was recently announced between Spotify and League of Legends. There was a partnership between League of Legends and Louis Vuitton. And now that there are even companies that are propping up that are really focused on targeted advertisements in the middle of live streaming and esports events. So would love to hear what you see as the future of esports for other industries like media and entertainment, retail, and even food and bev companies.
Yeah, absolutely. First, I love both of those partnerships. On the Spotify and League of Legends partnership just got announced a few weeks back. I was just so excited. You know, they're going to be doing exclusive behind the scenes podcasts and kind of take a look at, you know, everything that happens in the background and bring the fans even closer to the league. I think that's awesome. The Louis Vuitton one is just a great one to also just showcase the blending of culture. And that's where the future is headed. The lines are going to be blurred and celebrated and merged between sports, esports, gaming, entertainment, retail, fashion, and just, yeah, I think the direction that both gaming and esports is headed is to be even more intertwined with that street culture and just you know, blending everything that's cool together. That is what, you know, the fan base wants, just for all of entertainment. You know, it all intersects as something that they love and they want to see it together. So really excited to see that. We've done a lot of cool stuff already on that realm too. For example, the Overwatch League Grand Finals last year, you could go into a Walmart store and see that broadcast as part of our partnership with Kellogg's. We did cool things this year on the CDL Champs broadcast. You could watch and win a free burrito from Chipotle, which goes back to some just time-honored things that you've seen in sports and entertainment. And we also have crossover into just some cool cultural partnerships as well into the fashion space, as I mentioned, and we have some more actually coming in the next couple of weeks with our Overwatch League Grand Finals next weekend. look out for that.
Wow.
But there's so much opportunity, and I think this is what excites me the most, is just the partner blends are endless. We work with some really cool partners, from Coca-Cola to T-Mobile, and what they're bringing to this space and how we're working together is really exciting, because it just taps into a lot of endless opportunities and starts to blend all of the fandom and following together. So looking forward to that intersection getting even deeper.
Me too. And I'm looking forward to seeing what partnerships that you guys will announce in the upcoming weeks. With that, we do have quite a few questions, so let's try to get through as many of them as possible, with the first one being, how can brands that have been around for hundreds of years stay relevant and attract the Gen Z demographic without sacrificing their brand identity?
Yeah, that's an awesome question. So if anyone on this chat has ever seen anyone talk on esports before, and particularly from a marketing, sponsorship, business perspective, the one thing that I will say is how critical authenticity is to our audience. I think esports and gaming provides a really strong way in for a lot of these classic brands to get involved. Again, I just mentioned Coca-Cola. State Farm is another one of our partners, and they've been able to find innovative ways to connect with our community. What's awesome about esports is that the community is really embracing to brand partners. They find that brand partners that partner in the esports space bring a level of validity to the sport that they love, and it only makes it stronger in their mind of just the spotlight that is kind of being shown with the partnership. So that just opens up to what can be done, so long as the programs are authentic, both to the brand and as well as the partnership. The audience will embrace them. So I would say that's the biggest thing. But esports, as I kind of mentioned originally, has this sense of accepting of testing and learning and agility, and being able to adapt, because it's so new. There's there's nothing of, oh, we've done this for decades and this is the way it's expected to be done. Our fans embrace change and different things. And so as long as you're willing to come in and kind of test and start small and kind of grow from there, I think that's the best way to do so successfully.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the point of being authentic. I think especially in gaming and with these communities, anyone, especially younger generations, can kind of sniff out inauthentic activity. It's really just seems like you're trying to market to capture Gen Z versus genuinely trying to engage Gen Z or younger generations with what they're interested in. So that sense of authenticity is definitely really important. The next question I want to get to is, what innovations and technologies are you utilizing to execute your strategies? Has that changed since the pandemic began?
Yeah. Oh, another awesome question. Our technology partners are amazing. So the partners that we did have to partner with to get us up and running online were extensive enough. But where I'm spending a lot of time thinking is the digital product offerings, and looking at, against things that traditional sports have done really well, like fantasy and just ways to engage. So we spend a lot of time kind of thinking how we dip our toes into that and what products we can offer. Discord is one that I mentioned. That's a communication app that's used in gaming really well. And we've tapped into that, but most importantly, our communities have tapped into that. As I mentioned, both Paris and Dallas fan communities created their own channels to be able to chat and cheer for their team together. And then the way we are partnering with YouTube and both our own .com sites to enable chat and enable fans to, again, feel the level of community, even though when they're at home. I'm excited to see where that goes. We're launching for Overwatch League Grand Finals the ability to hear yourself cheer. So upload a cheer, an aggregate, so that you can be cheering live and the players can hear you. We have a crunch time cam so that you can tweet and see the behind the scenes real-time footage of the players when they're competing live during grand finals, which is also something I think is a little bit different and cool. And then just ways to kind of applaud and cheer along, in chat, as I mentioned, while watching the team. We're doing the same fan wall as the NFL draft did. We're teaming up with T-Mobile on that to bring that to life, and that's through all, digital tech on our own website. And so that's a couple of things that we're doing there, but I think the one cool thing that we're taking away of trying to figure out how to bring entertainment during this pandemic is how do we innovate, and perhaps it's forced us to just ensure that we have that level of community. But there's definitely a lot of new digital partners in tech, and I only see us welcoming even more of them down the line to bring that level of community and fandom digitally.
Sure, absolutely. Okay, I think we have time for one or two last questions. So how are you measuring success in your sponsorship investments pre-COVID and during COVID? Is this approach different?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So as you would imagine and hope from a brand partnership, it really differs per partners, because we do look at what are their marketing goals and what their success are. I'll give an example on the Call of Duty League side. We partnered with Game Fuel, and as one of their key objectives, it was to put product in the hands of fans, and they were going to do so in our home stand models in cities. Well, obviously that didn't come to fruition when we went fully online. So we were able to partner with them to actually give away 6 packs digitally to our fans around the world, thousands of them. Chipotle was another example I mentioned of they also wanted to get burritos in hands. Well, how do you do that when you're no longer in venue? You find a digital opportunity to do that and give it away in chat and do giveaway codes. So I would say the goals of the partnerships have not shifted, but the way in which we execute them and engage with our fans has. We've had to find the digital solutions for them, and I imagine that actually, while nothing again replaces a in real life as we've talked about, in real life event as we've talked about. I don't see any of that going away, but I do see the way partners engaging digitally to shift. So we definitely don't have a one size fits all approach on that either. It depends on what the goal is from the partner. But I would say the execution has shifted through COVID, and I imagine that to continue to stay even post COVID when we start going back in real life as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for being here today and closing out such a great day. It was so great hearing from you, Kristen.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
Yeah, hope to have you back on our stage again soon. And thanks for moderating, Neha.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys all for joining us today for such a fantastic live cast on women in sports. This was our second installment, and we hope to do it again soon. Special thank you to all of our speakers for such engaging and insightful conversations. It's one of my favorite series, and I hope to get back to some in-person sporting events soon. This made me miss them definitely much more. We hope you all will join us again for our next Brand Innovators Livecast, which is next Tuesday, October 6th, as we kick off our week of programming on the state of the industry with our partners at Viacom CBS. Tuesday's Livecast will highlight innovation, leadership, and purpose with C-suite marketing leaders from Burger King, Walgreens, Visa, Electronic Arts, Danone, and more. Thank you all for joining us again, and we hope to see you next week. Bye.